Mihi o te tauhou kia koutou. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being with us today in this first meeting of 2020. Goodness, is it really 23? Of the Regional Transport Committee. We are a newly assembled committee for the triennium as well, so that's something else to acknowledge. Before we I guess get any further into the business of the day, we should have our opening karakia. I have an apology from Api, who is at a tangi today. So I will lead the karakia. It is up there on the board. It is the Regional Council's go-to karakia for commencing our meetings. If you would like to join with me, we proceed through that. Whakataka tahau ki te uru, whakataka tahau ki te tōna. Kia mā, ki nā, ki uta, kia mā, tara, mai. E hi aki ana te atakura, hei tio, hei uka, hei haupu, ti hei, mauri ora. Cease the winds from the west, cease the winds from the south, let the breeze blow over the land, let the breeze blow over the ocean, let the red-tipped dawn come with a sharpened ear, a touch of frost, and a promise of a glorious day. Amine. And may Cyclone Gabrielle steer a wide berth. Yes, just to record the apology from Api, are there any other apologies? All right, can we, I'll move that apology be received. Thank you, Keith. All in favour? Aye. Do we have any notices?
Not so much a notice, but it's been brought to my attention that there's concerns around access to the airport if there's an accident at that roundabout. And I'm just wondering how we would go about getting such a project before us.
Well, in my inbox fresh from yesterday is a letter from Lawrence Yule sent to me and to Sir Brian Roche raising the issue of a new roundabout. I haven't had a chance to digest the contents, but I understand that there is a desire on the airport's part to essentially engage with the transport sector through us and through the relevant stakeholders, road controlling authorities, TAs, through us. And so I imagine an efficient way to go about that, Councillor Kerr, would be for a deputation from the airport to be scheduled for the next meeting.
Brilliant. Thank you.
This is obviously something that's not in our regional land and transport plan at present, but is on the agenda for the airport at least, regardless. I omitted to go through the housekeeping, and apologies for that. So before we get any further, I better do that. This meeting has been live streamed on Council's Facebook page and recorded for viewing at a later date on our YouTube channel. So you can all watch yourselves later if you wish. In an earthquake, drop, cover and hold. If the shaking is long, goodness, it's still got this typo in here. If the shaking is long or, it's spelled O-R, not A-N-D, strong. When shaking subsides, leave the building through the nearest exit and proceed immediately towards Napier Hill along Dalton Street to Tiffin Park, continuing up the steps to Cameron Road. If an emergency alarm sounds, immediately evacuate the building through the nearest exit, and you will see the exits clearly marked on this wall, for example. In fact, I think those are the exits. And proceed to the assembly area, which is on the grass area under the trees on the corner of Dalton and Portia Streets. The wharepaku down the hall to the left of the chamber entrance. I'd like to welcome to our midst Bridget Wilson, who is the Acting Medical Officer of Health at Te Whatu Ora, Hawke's Bay. Thank you for being here, Bridget. And we will be having a deputation from Te Whatu Ora during the course of the meeting. Great to have you with us. Are there any conflict of interest declarations?
Mr. Chair, yes. I chair the Regional Sports Park Trust. There's a comment in the agenda about putting a bus stop at the Regional Sports Park. So for that small piece, I will sit back from the table.
Thank you for that, Councillor Kerr. We otherwise good to proceed? All right, you have the agenda papers, everyone. Comprehensive and helpful as they are. So could we move to our first decision, item 3, terms of reference and member appointments? This should be reasonably straightforward. So before I ask for a mover and a seconder, could we just see if there's any questions or a question to the officers in the first instance?
Thank you. I just have a question regarding the changes to those. I see from the original regional council version that Councillor Williams asked about why they were in blue and that they were the changes from last year's. I note there was another change to the road safe section of that, taking away the actual wording for governance of road safe and making it a more broader brush road safety priorities type. I've got it in front of me at the moment, and so I just querying, and perhaps it can come up later, just how that changes the way this committee would work with what we know as road safety.
That's a great question, Councillor Taylor. Let's deal with it now. I hadn't spotted that change, but item 10 currently says monitor and provide advocacy on road safety matters. Is that a change to the way the safety dimension of our terms of reference was previously expressed? Does anyone know off the top of their head?
Previously said actually governance of road safe.
Right. That, of course, has been approved by the Regional Council, but that doesn't mean we couldn't amend it back. So,
It's through you, Mr. Chair. I did note when you asked about the change,
yeah,
the ones that were in blue, the road safety one was the one underneath it, so it wasn't highlighted as changed.
oh, I see. Okay. Well, that's escaped my attention accordingly, so thank you very much for raising it. Do we have a response to that? Does anyone know why that one changed?
Where are we?
This is, if you go onto page 7 of the agenda, item 10 of the terms of reference of the Regional Transport Committee now reads, monitor and provide advocacy on regional transport matters.
What did it say before?
Councillor Taylor? Something to do with governance oversight.
So if the changes were made, why wouldn't they be highlighted in red or something, then we could?
Yes, again, that's a good point. I mean, the process, of course, is that the Regional Council adopts the terms of, sets the terms of reference, and we make the appointments, but it should, that certainly wasn't brought to my attention that there had been a change at the time we did that. Councillor Taylor? Yeah.
Just a point of clarity, in the past we had a specific staff that this committee governed. So with the new structure, who are we governing and what are we governing? It would be just a question if we were to change it back to govern. I mean, I like the word govern because that's what we're here to do, and the full description of govern.
Well, if I could start with an answer to that question, it must have the word governance in it because that is what we do, and we will be setting strategic direction over, for example, the interventions to the I's, the we's, and the all of us. Mm-hmm. Once we've heard back, on risk issues from the community, etc. So that was the whole point of the Section 17A review, as I recall it, that in addition to the full tag and the TAs having broader ownership of the specific content, we would have more direct line of sight as governance into it. So I don't know why it's gone. Perhaps someone else could answer. But who we are governing is the whole package, but from a ground up, TA-led, their community-led, to us, a system-wide approach.
So Martin, obviously the best thing is to find out who changed it and
Yes.
are there any other changes? Because I don't go through the old document, the new document, word for word to see what's whether it's changed, so I'd have no idea, and I think you've done well to pick that up.
Yeah, well, I took it on face value that the changes, because I asked, if you know, are these the changes, why were they made, and that one hadn't been brought. And again, I actually on the system can't go back. I no longer have the previous terms of reference. They're not on my system anymore. It would be quite a research inquiry.
I looked on the website. I just Googled the website to see what had changed, and that was when I.
That's time.
All right, well, I think we're just going to have to hold that.
Right amount of time.
We're going to have to, yeah.
So, through you, Chair, I think that the terms of reference are for you as governors and lists as governors what you would do as governors. So there is no more governance required, bear with me, on road safety than there is on the regional transport plan. And it mentions, you know, preparing the regional public transport plan for adoption, but it doesn't say govern the regional public transport plan. So I think it's about, it's not about saying that there is a change to what you are doing as a governor. You are certainly still, as a regional transport committee, governing all of those matters of transport. But in terms of road safety, it's setting out the work that is done in road safety. So the plans that are prepared are still coming to this committee for approval and adoption, as they would always have done.
Do you, Mr. Chair?
Yes, well, as I say, I mean, I don't want to make this a half-hour-long debate. I do think we want to go back and get some advice on how this can be corrected, Councillor Taylor. So, yes.
I just assumed, I thought the response would be that Road Safe Hawke's Bay has changed and evolved and has become it seems to have become more of a business unit of regional council. So we no longer govern the unit known as Road Safe Hawke's Bay. And it was that change that I was expecting to be the, not because those regional plans and things have never had a body, an organisation that we had to govern before.
Right.
That's the difference.
Yeah, but I think...
I can get that clarification,
yeah,
but I think you're correct.
I mean, we don't necessarily prepare, but we are as much involved in the preparation and adoption of the road safety strategy as we would be under the land transport plan. So if Katrina's answer speaks to that, I think this could be perhaps amended in the same way. Anyway, can we go back and get some advice, make that an action for the next meeting, and in the meantime, I think this needs to be raised with the regional council directly as to what the change was and what we might do about it in light of the comments today. Good question, thank you.
I've got a question. It's not as important as that one. In the past, I believe on the Regional Transport Committee, we had the DHB represented. I wasn't sure whether it was actually a voting or a non-voting. Today in the recommendations, we actually don't have Te Whatu Ora there. And I believe personally that Te Whatu Ora has got a very important role on this committee, from my view. Were there before, have dropped off, but I believe they definitely have an interest in this.
I quite agree, Councillor Van Beek. I had assumed where it says health sector representative to be confirmed that would be the home to the Te Whatu Ora representative. Again, was the wording DHB previously in the terms of reference, or has that changed?
So page 8, it doesn't.
Through you, Chair, it is mentioned 7.3 as an advisory rep.
I'm just looking at the terms of reference, though.
Yeah, that's advisory rep, so that will be under the tag. I believe that at this particular table.
I think it says an advisory member.
Yeah.
To the
Item 3's got 4.14 to be advised representing Te Whatu Ora. Page 5.
Page 5.
I don't think, I think the problem is that the terms of reference themselves don't mention Te Whatu Ora, but the covering paper certainly contemplates that the health representative would be from Te Whatu Ora, and we are definitely seeking an expression of interest, which I'm sure Bridget could speak to perhaps during the deputation, or otherwise, that is not going to be in practical terms, an omission.
Okay.
Councillor Kerr?
Can I suggest that that gets included with the terms of reference that are going to be bumped back to the regional council, that gets tidied up?
Yes, I mean, we could make it more clear that instead of representative of the health sector, that it is Te Whatu Ora Hawke's Bay.
Thank you.
Just an administrative matter, Chair, at number 6, there's no reference to confirmation of the Waka Kotahi membership. Just so that we do note that, I think we're sending or resending the formal letter, just because it is a delegation on behalf of our Chief Executive to myself or Sarah.
So which item of the agenda are you speaking to there?
Still on the paper that accompanies the TOR at point 6.
Okay.
There's no mention of either confirmation or otherwise in 6 or 7.
I think that's dealing with, just bear with me. Yes. It is, you are there in 4.7.
Yes, but the letter, like the others at council meetings, is
I
not
see.
included. So I think I've organised for Lindley to send that back through.
All right.
Thank you.
Just another.
I never envisaged this was going to be that problematic. It'd be 3 minutes and on.
That's really good. Mine's really quick to answer. 4.8, does he have to wait until after this meeting to come along?
4.8.
Angus Hodgson, representing Kiwi Rail.
I don't have a 4.8.
Page 4.
It's in the minute, yeah, the recommendation section.
Oh, down there.
We just
Recommendation.
mentioned them. Angus Hodgson, is he?
He's been approached, there's an email from him saying he can't make the meeting.
Oh, is it?
That was quick.
And it was a quick one. I just don't want to let it lie.
No, I think there's an email from him buried amongst the council minutes on page
That's right. I believe you.
15. All right, with all those points made and seeking further clarification and advice, the decision item is, go to that.
Mr Chair, we're looking for some direction from Wairau District Council to confirmation of your
Self and Chance Tomato
chance. Okay.
Clark. I'll give you the spelling later.
Yep, one chance.
Now, have we got an appointment from the Maori committee? I'm assuming it's Api Robbins, given he rang me this morning, but
Yes.
do we know whether the Maori committee actually, that's
Yep.
done? Yep. Okay, so we'd need to include Api Robbins there. And we haven't got a name as yet for Te Whatu Ora Hawke's Bay, but that can be supplied through the governance team in due course. Bridget, do you want to mention, that will be you, will it? Oh, that's wonderful. Well, we'll hear from you. Perhaps you could introduce the deputation when we come to that later in the meeting. Thank you. All right.
Mr Chair, there's also the swapping of Mayor Alex Walker and myself. I'm now the member of the committee and Alex is the alternate.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
It was an error in our minutes from our first meeting.
So we need to just, it's Councillor Taylor is, and Neil Walker as alternate. Have we got all that?
Yes.
Mr Chair, sorry to just interrupt there, but 4.9, I'm guessing I'm representing the New Zealand police and not anybody else.
Policy.
I'm sending this paper back. Start again. This is all right.
I was beginning to think I was really important.
Please don't do this to me again, guys. It's,
You're the only one who picked it up, funny.
So the amendments that I've got, in summary, are that it's Councillor Taylor and then Mayor Walker as alternate, that we have Mayor Little and, sorry, the alternate was?
Chance Tomato Raw Clark.
Yes, Chance as alternate for Wairoa. We've got Api for Māori Committee. We've got Bridget for Whatu Ora on that understanding, with all that further clarification and the terms of reference to come, would someone be prepared to move the recommendations in items 1 to 4 of the paper? Thank you, Councillor Van Beek. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Linda. All in favour?
Clarification,
Oh, we want to have some
please.
further discussion.
Confirms the terms of reference is there as one of the recommendations, and I don't think we are doing that. That's item
Okay.
3.
Take that one out.
So it's, if this what you were seeking, it was actually 1, 2, and 4.
Would you like to move an amendment to the motion?
I would like to move an amendment to the motion that
Councillor Price, would you like to re-put your motion without item 3 in it?
Happy to do that.
Okay. Linda, would you like to second that amended motion?
Happy to.
Simple way through it. All in favour of the amended motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? Right, spectacular progress. The world is a safer place. Our network is more resilient. We have active transport out the wazoo, and our VKTs have collapsed. So that's fantastic. PTs through the roof. All good.
Martin, what time do you think the meeting's going to end?
Insufficient time for you to mount your horse and get back to Wairoa before 2026.
There's a funds for these coming up.
We descend from the realms of Python and come back to the serious business of this committee. The first item of which, item 4 on the agenda, is the setting of priorities and principles for the regional speed management plan. Now, who would like to speak to this paper? Is that you, Katrina? Is that Brian? Katie?
Oh, sorry, Bryce is going to speak to the paper chair.
Feel free to come up, Bryce.
At the front, Bryce.
Have we all met Bryce?
No, he's going to introduce himself.
Someone you really want to meet. Introduce yourself, Bryce.
I will. Get my microphone ready. Good morning, everyone. Bryce Cullen. I am the Transport Strategy and Policy Analyst in the Transport team, and have been here since early September. I believe the RPTP was my first RTC meeting, and so I've been getting my mitts on a whole lot of work since then. This item is one of those, and there's numerous other items on the agenda that I'm working on as well. So I'll take the paper as read. Are there any questions at all?
Well, would you like to just
Just give us a summary.
give us an overview of it?
Yep.
Bryce? What are you asking us to do and why?
Absolutely. So, as part of the Road to Zero strategy, and one of the 5 deliverables or 5 key focus areas, one of them is infrastructure and speed management. So that then brings about the need to develop a regional speed management plan, and supporting those, or rather directly informing those, will be RCA speed management plans. So the role of the Regional Council and the role of the RTC is to effectively develop the overall regional speed management plan, and the RCA speed management plans will feed into that. The Regional Council is obviously not a road controlling authority, therefore we cannot develop one ourselves. What we need to do today is agree the regionally aligned priorities and principles. Those will then feed directly into the RCA speed management plans. For completeness, you'll see in the appendix that's attached to the paper, the transport staff of all the RCAs and HBRC have identified significant value in developing a suite of regionally aligned guidelines. These are, of course, subject to change, and they may develop as we start to go through this process. Now, the reason for those guidelines is to really effectively develop a collective way of working, just to make sure everyone's on the same page, and we will all work through boundary issues or consistency issues, or any issue that may pop up during the course of speed management plan development.
All right. Now I'm sure there'll be questions. I've just got a couple. What do you see as being the relationship between priorities, principles and guidelines? How are guidelines different than priorities and principles?
Guidelines are somewhat more flexible in their nature. So it's more of a how do we work together collectively to really create a good, integrated, robust regional picture of everything. It's not something we have to do, but it's something that there is value in. The priority areas identify where we're focusing first and foremost. Both we have those initial priority areas and the other priority areas, and it is quite valuable to keep in mind that this is a long-term process, so it's over about a 10-year period. So the initial priority areas, schools and marae, will be done in the very short term, the next 18 to 24 months, I believe. The remainder will be rolled out in a staged process over quite an extensive period of time. The principles are effectively what we do. So how we focus, how we approach things, and how we look at them.
All right. The next question I've got is that I understand there is this one network. There's a couple of tables in the guideline.
Yes.
That's the Whakaputahi guideline that sort of say, what particular road functions serve and the safety characteristics that are needed and speed ranges for them and those sorts of things. Bearing that in mind, are we allowed to, is it within the scope of that guideline, to have this road-by-road approach?
Based on the feedback that we have received, we can do that to a degree. So this ties into kind of the fit for form and function element of the speed management plans. It does give us the ability, again to a degree, to look at everything as a holistic picture. So as opposed to having a segmented or fragmented view, we can look at a whole piece of road and go, okay, is this fit for its intended form and function? Yes, no. What do we then need to do to actually bring it up to X speed limit for the entirety of that piece of road or that corridor or that area? Does that answer the question?
So in other words, you could, within the one network framework, which kind of clusters categories of different roads, be a bit more bespoke to a particular road within that.
It's my understanding that there is that element of flexibility in there.
Yeah. Have you got any comment on that?
Yeah, happy to. You'll have noted how we've approached our interim state highway speed management and dealing with schools, marae, urapa, dangerous intersections. So those areas that we know need addressed as soon as possible. And we're at the moment going through the development of the state highway speed management plan, and we are taking a pragmatic approach. So again, prioritising the areas that need addressed. So say if you've got one big long corridor, there might be a few big straight bits, but there's a community bang smack in the middle of that, or there's a really curvy section. You could deal with the higher risk section. You don't need to necessarily, unless you wish to look at the full 180 kilometres of that.
Right, thank you. We're just looking at the principles. Would a relevant principle, given the emphasis of a whole system approach in both the guidelines and in the Whakaputahi guideline, be a relevant principle that could or should be included as a principle, that we're looking at all parts of it? Is that a principle?
Yeah, look, that can absolutely be a principle. Something around, taking an integrative, all of system or all of network type approach to speed management. Over to the committee if they want to include that as a principle. Absolutely happy to. And I guess the other thing to note there is in the paper and in the commentary we have alluded to the all-of-system approach. That's also reflected quite strongly in the road safety strategy, which is another item. So perhaps to tie it all together, Chair, yes, I would agree that could be a good inclusion.
All right, the next question I had was in relation to active transport, whether the principle might say increased opportunity for and access to safe multimodal stroke be a helpful word to add?
Yes, look, I think again that would be, and if we think about some of the other papers that we have coming up, road safety and the active transport update, there is a very strong safety element to those. So yes, I do see value in including the word safe.
Right. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Oh, no, I had one more question. What, in terms of the priority areas, is a community plan area?
So as I understand it, that was included by largely by HDC. They wanted that in there. So, and I believe this is where it's born from. So, for example, they are in the process of developing a Camberley community plan. So the speed management plan for that community will consider everything we're talking about today and will be built into those community plans. So there may be some low-hanging fruit, for a lack of a better term, within that community, and we can start to reduce the speed limits there if it's appropriate and applicable.
So, Councillor Kerr, these community plans, not district plans or local government plans, they're more...
Yeah, they're driven from the community. For example, Te Pahui has a community plan. It might talk about social, cultural, safety, amenity. It's owned by the community and supported by the council.
Thank you.
Central Hawke's Bay, through you, Mr Chair, Central Hawke's Bay settlements also have community plans, several of which talk about speed issues as well. So we tautoko that.
Awesome. Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Taylor.
Mine relates, through you, Mr Chair, about the consultation.
Yes.
So the two things, and I'm not sure if they're connected yet in my head. After the public transport plan, we ended up doing during that process, we did some of our own consultation because we felt the regional council consultation didn't narrow in on Central Hawke's Bay issues. So clause 45 of the report in front of us says that HBRC will do the consultation on behalf of and in partnership with RCAs.
Yes.
So I'd like to ask what process we'll go through there to make sure that CHB people are asked CHB questions. It may be related. We have an interim speed management plan that we've just started the process for, of which schools, marae, and several roads of interest are included. So how will that consultation and our decisions on that interim speed management plan affect this process?
So the interim, we sort of need to decouple the full speed management plan to the interim speed management plan. So that is something, as I understand it, that is going to be submitted to Waka Kotahi in the next 6 to 12 months, I believe it is, and that will be adopted and then enforced. So that's where we get your schools, your maraes, etc., etc. The full speed management plan, which is what we're largely talking about today, that is effectively over a 10-year period of time. So the consultation, it's effectively two-pronged. So the RCAs, once they have developed their full speed management plan, they will need to go out to consultation amongst their community or within their community, and the regional council can assist and support if required or if requested with that. The regional council will then, so once all the RCA plans are done, the regional council and the RTC will consolidate that, and we will then conduct a consultation on a regional level on that regional plan. So perhaps I hadn't quite spelt that out clearly enough in the paper, and apologies if that is the case.
Yeah, no, that because when you said assist and support, I'm like, wait, it says on behalf of, so that's the two different levels. Is that not a doubling up and a going back to communities to consult on something that we've already consulted them on? Sorry, through you, Mr Chair.
Oh, yes. Yeah, look, I think practically it probably is. However, we are compelled to do that within our sphere of responsibility. So,
in terms of when we're pulling into the RCA's interim speed management plans into a regional speed management plan, that's when we're going to pick up potentially maybe inconsistencies or there might be some slight changes, and we will need to really highlight those changes when we do the regional consultation.
Any other questions? Councillor Kerr.
Just wanted to clarify that this new system will resolve a problem where we have local roads going onto state highways going onto local roads. And at the moment, the speed limit is 100k, 30k, 80k, 100k, 80k, all within a kilometre. I'm talking Fernhill Bridge or Mahu intersection through to State Highway 51. That's a classic, multiple boundaries, multiple RCAs, and is this going to resolve that problem?
Yes, so in the guidelines, it's quite heavily reflected that we will work very closely as RCAs together in any of those sorts of cross-boundary issues. We'll also be working with our neighbours, Tairāwhiti and Horizons, to actually make sure that all of that is linked together, there's continuity, there's consistency, and then of course be working quite closely with Waka Kotahi as an RCA to again iron out any of those consistency issues. So the intent absolutely is to get consistency where applicable, where appropriate, and where the roading environment dictates that consistency is required.
Right. One further question, if I may.
Sure.
Under principles,
Yes.
it refers to greater public understanding of safe system principles, including that of elected members.
It
Yes.
struck me as well.
I just wonder if we remove the word public and we remove the elected members and we just simply put greater understanding of safe system principles in our community or whatever.
Yeah,
but
across
I
our
just feel
communities.
that I feel uncomfortable with that as
Yeah.
a principle.
Okay.
What was the thinking there? Because that struck me as well.
So the thinking broadly there was around there's a lot of attention, I guess, around lower speed limits at the moment, but there is general lack of understanding that that is part of an all-of-system approach that encompasses all of the focus areas in Road to Zero. So what the public see in particular is speed limits being lowered, and they start to get a bit salty about that. So that's to say that we need to have some sort of a communication regime or program or marketing or whatever it is, something that starts to actually communicate to the public that this is actually important, this is why we need it, and it is part of an all-of-system approach. That was the thinking behind that one.
Mr. Chair, I'm sure that could be written
Well, I'm sure we can come back to that in discussion.
with a slightly different phrasing.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and the implication is that we don't have a great understanding at the moment, but
That may well be right.
it may well be right, but everyone will have to make their own assessments of that. All right, other questions, please? Linda?
Just picking up on a few of the comments around whole of system and how we perhaps increase the inclusion of active transport multimodal. Did we consider as a principle a movement in place principle, considering the form and function of each of the roads and the types of road users that use it might be something that could be more inclusive of all road users?
We have considered that in parts throughout the principles and throughout the guidelines. However, again, more than happy if you want that pulled out as a very specific, explicit principle, more than happy to do that, and we can develop something to that effect.
I think there might be an opportunity, sorry, through you, Chair, that could help streamline a couple of the principles, but perhaps just bring in a whole of system, the one network framework, make it a little bit more explicit around what we're intending for each of the roads, but also putting our people and community at the centre of the decisions.
So Linda, movement in place is one of the key drivers of the one network thing, isn't it? In other words, what are we doing with this road and where is it?
Yes, so is it for heavy freight, or is it do you want it pedestrianised, essentially would be the two extremes? Is it a rural connector, or has it got mixed use? But it considers the people and the movement.
Well, we'll come back to the wording of the principles shortly, and there'll be an opportunity to panel beat some of that. Any other questions? I've got a couple more that have emerged to me. All right, the priority areas. I imagine the one that says streets and roads currently misalign speed limits across boundaries is kind of the point Councillor Kerr was speaking about. How were those priority areas identified is my question to the staff. My question to the committee members is, do we think there are any priorities missing? So firstly to you, Bryce.
So those areas will be identified, and
How
to
did
be
you come up
honest,
with that list?
the priority area list.
Yes.
So that was through a series of workshops between ourselves and RCA transport staff, and everyone felt that those priority areas were the most pressing, and particularly areas around inconsistency across borders and across corridors.
They're not necessarily higher to lower priority, and it's not an implication that town centres are more or less important than rural communities. They're just
No.
a list of other priorities relative to things that aren't priorities.
No, so the priority list, although it reads in bullet point format, is not ranked other than initial priority areas and other priority areas. So schools and marae are first cabs off the rank effectively, and everything else will flow from that.
I'm wondering if another priority area is to do with active transport, actually.
I'm thinking exactly the same.
In other words, cycle, active transport infrastructure would be a priority area, wouldn't it? I mean, the reason I say it is you're not controlling the speed on those things, but I read in the paper we're about to get today that the alignment of a cycleway and the roundabout at the end of it and the speeds people are doing and the kind of vehicles that are on them in terms of, I guess, place and movement or whatever, is quite important.
It is, yes. So if we include, to Linda's point, if we include a principle around community and safety, that then will flow directly into that active transport element. Because, of course, the active transport portion of what we need to do regionally is a lot more significant than just managing speeds in and around the network. We need a robust, integrated network that has sufficient safety infrastructure to actually remove cyclists or walkers or whoever from the traffic.
Yeah, and it may be like I think I read in the paper that we encourage speed reduction where active transport and cars and trucks are all coming together.
Yes.
So, all right. Councillor Van Bay.
Just two comments you just made. Remove cyclists and walkers from the traffic. You got that wrong. You haven't got an understanding. Well, cyclists and walkers is traffic. If we go to a world where we need to go, then that is becoming the target of our traffic. And you're having here in greater public understanding of safety principles, including that of elected members. I think there were some members here on around the table that actually took some offence to that. Okay, I do agree with that, but I now have exactly the same. We should, including staff who are involved in planning of safety on our roads.
Here we go. Oh, the alarm there, right?
So once again, I think the chair is on the right track, where in these priorities we actually need to focus towards an active transport component that actually will affect a modal change, because that's what we all require. That's what our children want. That's what my grandchildren want. Okay, that's where we need to go, and I think that needs to be a priority. It needs to be written in here.
Yeah, look, I understand where you're coming from, and I certainly don't disagree. I do wonder if that is more accurately reflected in other plans and documents that we're doing, like the Active Transport Strategy, the RLTP, etc., etc. I'm more than happy to add in something around that, but talking more specifically about an overall active transport network, that needs its own piece of focus, and that does require a certain level of investment to make sure it is safe and connected and usable, and the speed management plan is a portion of that.
Yeah, I think we're all okay. We've arrived at a consensus there. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. One major road that is not mentioned here with speed is beaches. Has that come into your thinking at all, and how can that be included? Beaches are effectively a road?
No, look, to be honest, we haven't actually considered beaches. However, these may come out of the woodwork as the RCAs start to develop their plans, and particularly going down to a community level. The community at that consultation period, or potentially at the development period, may start to identify beaches as roads where speed needs to be managed appropriately.
Through you, Mr Chair. So if we are including beaches, that came up in our workshop yesterday about our interim speed management plan, so that would then flow through perhaps into, or is there a process in this where we can alert the other RCAs into what, to add that into their thinking?
More than happy to add it into the priority areas where we have the likes of community plans, etc., etc. However, again, keeping in mind that the priority areas here are sort of first cabs off the rank in that full speed management plan. So if everyone at the committee is quite comfortable, we can leave that for the RCAs to come up with as they work through the process and start to identify those initial priority areas and the roads and people and communities in and around those, as those sorts of roads of other functions or other forms or other types will likely come out, like beaches.
Right, councillor Kerwin, one more question from you.
What is the downside of adding beaches? Because I know Hastings District Council has issues with beaches, speeding on beaches. I'm not sure if the police want to comment on the ability to police and monitor, but I would support beaches. My main question is, our primary priority areas include schools and kura. I would be really keen to see that a phrase like the catchment of a school, not just in front of the school, but
Very good.
that whole catchment, because what we want is children safely walking and cycling to school. So it's not just the treatment of that road, but the catchment of the school.
Councillor Kerr, where in New Zealand is not a catchment of a school? You mean the more immediate?
I'm meaning walking, cycling distance.
Within walking distance.
And maybe it's a start on the walking space. But I just feel that if we take schools kura as written, my thinking is that's just in front of the school, when our aspirations, I'm sure, are greater.
Through you, Chair, absolutely, our aspirations are greater than that, and particularly in line with Hastings District Council's work that they have been doing in terms of highways and working with schools. So that is the intent, without a doubt, and that will come through, I believe, in the interim speed management plans from your RCA.
No, sorry, Chair. I just want to carry on from what Councillor Kerr said. I've read something, I can't remember where I've read it now, but we're talking about the removal of vehicles from in front of schools. And it came up in our AA council meeting, in that if you remove vehicles from in front of schools, you're just going to push the problem further out. So we do need to consider the catchment.
Through you, Chair, we absolutely do consider the catchment in terms of that work that we do in front of schools. And in terms of, yes, pushing the problem out, it actually isn't about saying, and we're slightly diverting away from our speed management plans here into something quite different. So with Liberty Chair, in terms of the work that we do with schools, it's actually about being multimodal. It's not about saying you can't park, but here you can park. It's actually about saying, in order to provide a safe environment for our children to get to school, we don't want you to park in front of the school, but also here's some other options that we will work with you on in terms of walking and cycling. And that is part of the highway work that Hastings does. I'm sure that Central Hawke's Bay are doing it as well. And so it's actually about increasing the walkability and cycling options for our children to get to school safely. That comes through in those plans that are more local plans that feed, that the RCAs are doing, not so much this committee.
Yeah, I think this raises the same issue as with active transport that Bryce was touching on. There's two elements. There's the interface of road speed and speed management with those transport modes and the issue of school catchments. And then there is the investment in the resources dealing with those particular activities themselves. And we're talking about the bridge, I guess, between speed and those other work streams. So I'm wondering if what we could do now, before we put any motion, is just go through the principles and priorities. And I just wanted to give an overview of some of the amendments we might make that I think are picking up on the discussions that we've had. And I'm wondering if someone could hold the pen on this. That might be you, Peter. But I'm suggesting that 3.1 principle be safe communities and connections for all, adopting a whole, applying a whole of system approach.
Okay, so, Mr Chair, we have a sub on board.
Okay, so you could put, so after all, put applying a whole of system approach. Then I'm going to suggest that for 3.4, though I haven't really raised this before, it says network coherence across the region and beyond the region. I'm just dealing with the interregional interface there that we see in the guidelines. I think under 3.5, I was going to suggest increased opportunity for and access to safe. And then I'm not sure, I'll let Linda run the cutter on whether she wants to put movement in place somewhere. When we come down to priority areas, I was going to suggest along isolated rural communities, maybe it needs to be in the same, we need to have some reference to beaches. We just say isolated rural communities and beaches in the region, so that we make sure we get all the Hastings ones as well. And the last thing I wanted to add was a new 3.16, active transport corridors. In other words, we're considering the interface of speed management of our roads with active transport corridors.
Where were you putting that?
3.16.
In other
It's up on the
priorities.
board there on the screen.
Just add in that section.
Yeah. So those were going to be my suggested changes to the principles and priorities. What else do we need to do, folks? Councillor Van Beek?
3.2, greater public understanding of safety principles, including that of elected members and staff involved in road safety.
Why don't we just say
We were
greater?
going to change that.
Why don't we just say public and
Well, it
community?
hasn't been done yet, so I'm proposing it.
Well, I just think we just say greater general, including community understanding of safe system principles. We just say greater general, including public and community. General, including and public and community. We're part of the community, and I just don't want to be pointing fingers. And then so just take out including there, that goes. Thank you. Is that all right? Councillor Van Beek, that work?
No, I'm not happy with that.
Okay, well you go for your...
No, I totally agree that we need to point out to where the finger needs to be pointed. And if I look around just Heritonga Plains, I see so many mistakes made by those who actually put infrastructure in place, which I believe are those involved in planning, that they also need to understand the safety principles, okay? And I've mentioned it before, is that generally those who've been involved in engineering, road safety engineering, have been vehicle trained. They have been trained to get A to Bism, that is called, to get vehicles from A to B as quick as possible. Whether it's freight to the port. How can we get freight to the port as quick as possible? That's how the training generally has been. But we live in a different world, and I believe that. And it's not pointing fingers. It's actually, if we put there, then we actually can put extra effort and investment in our engineering staff, or whatever that staff may be called, to give them the tools to actually help us to make actually a change in safety and modal.
So you're saying we need, as well as public and community, we need a greater understanding of safe system principles by those involved in planning of the transport network.
Correct. Yeah,
We just
I
had-
would be happy with that.
So what I suggest is you take that word general, the second word, take that out. And
Can I make a suggestion here, please?
sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm passionate about this side of it as well, because I don't think that the safe system is widely understood. So I was giving that some thought and thought that the safe system principles are widely understood as influencers of decisions, as a principle for you to follow.
Yeah. Just hold that thought. Greater, can I just take, we need to do both of these things. Greater including public understanding. So take out the word including. We want greater public and community understanding of safe system principles. Now, my point in that is that I think the whole of system approach is something that we adopt. The point we're dealing with here is who understands all that stuff. And so I would have thought this, the way it lives in 3.2, greater, can I just think about the wording I'm about to give? Greater public and community understanding of safe system principles. I was going to say, and by those involved in transport network planning.
Including those involved?
No, and by those.
Okay.
Almost make it stronger, but I'm not going to suggest it, but I would say specifically. Well, these are the people who are going to put that infrastructure in place. They're the ones who need to understand.
No, involved in transport network planning.
Network planning, okay.
I really struggle to read that far away, I've got to say.
Yes, I mean,
Maybe the chair should sit here because it's really clear.
I can read a speed sign at 100 metres, of course.
If it says 100, but if it says 80, you can't.
Just want to check we've got Matt's point. All right, Linda?
I think it's getting to the right place, but I do think that we need to acknowledge that there is a process that goes from the planning to the design, to the consultation, to the decision making. So it does have to include those that make decisions. So anybody's transport planners or engineers can give the very best advice. But if when it goes out to consultation, there's not broad community support, we often find that decision makers will not necessarily go with that advice. So I think we just need a little bit of care in quite how that's framed. Because we are operating on behalf of the community and we've got a governance role. So I think to lay it solely at those involved in transport network planning.
Well, it's not. It's also the public and the community.
Yes, and decision makers would be my only other addition.
Well, okay, we could say, jeepers, we're going to have a long meeting. And by all those, and can we say by all those, just put the word all, involved in transport network planning and decision making.
Yeah.
Linda.
So, Martin, I've cancelled my 1 o'clock meeting, so don't worry about that. But I'm just wondering, do I have to cancel any other? Are we going to make James Palmer's farewell?
Well, I don't even know. Yeah, well, can someone remind me what the time of that is?
3 o'clock.
We'll certainly make that.
We'll make that.
Cool. So I want to know is how does this work in with what we do locally? Like,
Ask Bryce.
So this effectively sets the tone, the aligned tone for what
Override?
you do locally. So your RCA speed management plans should be developed off the back of what we're seeing here.
so which has the overriding? If you
The RCA plan should feed from this, so one should not override the other, but the RCA plan should be easily mapped effectively to the principles and the priority areas that we have in front of us today. So there will be changes as required and tweaks and flexibility for, you know, what the circumstances that Wairoa has, but they should be able to be mapped back to these principles and priorities.
where does it say that in there?
It states that in the guidelines and in the body of the report we discuss how this is setting it regionally, and then the RCAs are going and developing their speed management plans off the back of these principles and priorities.
But in the guidelines, it says take a community-centric approach to speed management planning. I don't know if that helps you, but as I understood it, these principles and priorities are region-wide. The guidelines then enable each of the TAs to apply those principles and priorities in a relatively consistent way across their different plans. But I don't know whether Bryce has answered your question or not. But definitely these are from the ground up. So Wairoa will do one of these, as will Hastings and Napier and Central Hawke's Bay, and then we'll put them together and we'll consult with the region on the overall plan.
That'll be part of the bigger picture then.
I think it's important to note here as well that from the police's point of view, it has to be consistent all over the country. So your plan has to then go to Waka Kotahi for that piece of the knitting to come together. Is that you know, Hawke's Bay is not doing anything widely divergent from Tairāwhiti or Horizons or anywhere else in the country, and from an enforcement point of view, has to be absolutely consistent.
Do we need any more discussion? Do we want to have another look at there's the principles and the priorities below? Linda?
Just to jump back to movement in place.
Yes.
I note that we've got active transport in the priority areas, so whether we would want movement in place as an additional principle or perhaps an inclusion in the active transport principle which speaks to movement in place. So back up a little bit.
I think it's more general, Linda.
Well, because movement in place makes sure that speed limits are appropriate for the function, the surrounding infrastructure and the environment and design of the road, and reflects those that use it. So it means that you support the safe movement of all people, whether you're creating a space for those that are walking, biking, scooting, or driving a truck.
Well, why don't we just put a movement in place as a specific principle?
You want it as a separate?
Yeah, well, I think it's a principle that covers not just active transport, but, you know, it covers Emerson Street in Napier.
I was wondering whether active transport still needed to be called out as a separate
Yes, I think it does.
Given you've got it as a priority as well.
No, I think yours is a principle, that's a priority. And the principle of movement in place, I think, could just be expressly included as a principle.
But remove the active transport principle?
No, that's a priority.
It's as a principle
You
as well.
apply the principles to the priority areas.
I can't see it in principle.
Sorry, is it not?
It's
in a priority area.
So if we look down here,
it's under 30.5. Linda, you're correct.
I'm sure I read it somewhere.
It's in priority areas.
No, it says
It's
a
in
principle.
principle. It's also in principle.
It's in bold.
Chair. 30.5.
You're confusing me.
I told you it's struggling to reach.
Two,
Oh, sorry, I'm on page 22.
Yeah, me too.
We're on
Sorry, we're
the
looking at different things.
recommendation,
we're on the
it's right at the end,
Oh,
24.
it's changed. It annoys
But
me.
in principle.
Oh, we're on added safe. Yes, that's right. That's the
Yeah.
one added safe to, isn't it?
It is there.
It is.
Yeah.
Sorry, apologies. Yeah.
So just wondering if we just want to have
That's
a
where you
movement
might
in
wanna put
place
it.
one in principle and keep active transport as a priority.
Both.
I think we're over sweating this. Can you please go back up to principles?
Increased
But
opportunity,
24.
3.5, sorry, on here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think movement in place is confined to that.
That's what I mean, but that would be included within movement in place. Because movement in place takes into account all road users.
I don't want
designing
to
a
see
system.
the express reference to that subsumed into movement in place.
Even though it's a priority?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I suggest that at the beginning of 3.5 we put movement in place, which includes?
No, I'm not happy with that. I'm happy to have, I don't think movement in place is confined to anything to do with multimodal and active transport. It's way more general than that.
Okay, so you want to add it. add at 3.8,
I mean,
3.8.
State Highway 50, as it goes through the port, is nothing to do with, that's a much bigger issue than just multimodal.
Yeah, I think it feels like we're kind of arguing about the same thing, so to speak, that movement in place does include all forms of transport
Yeah. Why don't we just put it as a general principle? 3.8, movement in
to
place.
members.
Yeah.
Happy?
In place.
And place.
And
In
place.
place.
So speed limits will be appropriate for the function and surrounding environment and design of the road, reflecting that people use them in different ways.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the way to do it.
Mr Chair, just from my point of view, I think the phrase that Linda just used needs to be captured as well, because if I was a member of public reading this, movement in place wouldn't mean anything to me.
What were Linda's words?
Whatever they were great.
Speed limits will be appropriate for the function, the surrounding environment and the design of the road, reflecting that people use them in different ways.
That's an essay, not a principle.
Well, if you can capture it, then you could define this.
Thank you.
Trying to shorthand that.
We'll have to cancel that as well.
I'm thinking that. Martin, when we have something like this and we haven't seen, can we workshop it beforehand?
Yeah, it would be useful, wouldn't it?
I think it would be really good, and then we can just get on with the meeting and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Effectively what we're trying to do today, that's all right. Linda, can you just read out those words again, that full sentence?
Speed limits will be appropriate for the function, the surrounding environment and the design of the road, reflecting that people use them in different ways.
That's the principle they used for the town one.
Say that again, I'll type it up there, right?
Speed limits will be appropriate for the
Function, surrounding environment and design of the road, reflecting that people use them in different ways.
The word framework needs to be in there,
I
I'm
think-
being advised.
Let's get this right. Speed limits will be appropriate for the function,
surrounding
Surrounding environment.
Environment,
surrounding environment.
design of the road, reflecting that
I
people
think-
use
yeah.
them in different ways.
I think you could stop after and design of the road.
Yeah.
Through you, Chair, can we add movement in place framework?
Sure. Okay, is that a sort of a bracket after moving in place? You're basically saying what that means. Well, put a dash. Okay, put a dash. Then bring that speed limit onto it.
Thank you.
How's that?
Good.
Right, are we there yet?
Councillor Kerr, are you going to add catchment to 3.8? 3.8?
You may.
Why don't we just say schools, Kura and their immediate catchment?
Immediate walking catchment or
Yep.
walking cycling catchment.
That's a good idea. And their immediate walking cycling catchment.
Thank you, councillor Van Beek.
Maybe waking.
Walking.
Walking.
Oh, not waking.
Waking.
Somebody was awake.
Catchments. Right, with all of that, are we in a position to move the priorities and the principles?
I move this sheet.
Moved by councillor Van Beek, seconded by
Right.
councillor Taylor.
Yeah.
All in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Yep, well, look, we could have had a separate workshop on that, and that may have been useful, but we've just managed to integrate that with our meetings, so thank you for your patience and
But
contributions.
it's only one item, we've still got a few more yet.
I know, yeah. Perhaps the staff didn't anticipate our level of interest and enthusiasm in this.
Should be getting used to it by now.
Okay, I'm now delighted to welcome up into our midst Joanna, and if perhaps Bridget as well could come up and introduce themselves to us and speak to us. Is it?
Yes, she's
Great. Oh, there she is.
Good morning, Tato. My name's Dr. Bridget Wilson. I'm one of the medical officers of health.
Better come and sit down and speak to the microphone, or the recording won't pick you up. Anyone watching online, however remote that prospect might be, will not be able to enjoy what you say.
So, morena Tato. Thank you very much to the committee members for inviting us along for this presentation today. My name's Bridget Wilson. I'm one of the medical officers of health here in Te Mātua Māui, Hawke's Bay, and I'm pleased to introduce my colleague Jo Birrell, who has done this piece of work with us. She's one of our public health registrars and is zooming in from Christchurch this morning. So
Can you just pull the microphone close to you? Sorry, yeah.
Absolutely. Can everyone hear me?
That's better. Thank
Brilliant. Okay. So Jo is going to lead the presentation this morning. She has prepared this presentation around a piece of work that she completed with us at the Hawke's Bay Population Health Service. And we will be both answering questions if there are any from the committee at the end. So over to you, Jo.
Kia ora koutou. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great. And are you able to see my slides there coming up?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, good morning, Jo. It's Martin Williams here, Chair of the committee. Have you been given an indication of how long you've got to speak to us?
Just 10 minutes.
Does that work for you? Does that work for you?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Oh, awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll come back to how grateful we are for your very thorough and compelling paper. So please proceed.
Thank you. Hopefully, sorry if you're getting some extra bits of my screen there. But yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to present virtually today. It's a real privilege. My name's Johanna. I'm a doctor currently undertaking public health medicine training and have just completed 1 year placement at the Hawke's Bay Population Health Unit. So this 10-minute presentation is a summary just of a project that I completed late last year, and I believe the accompanying report has been circulated with the agenda with more detail. So the aims were firstly to analyse the feasibility and safety of the current cycle commuting infrastructure for Te Whatu Ora Hawke's Bay employees, just focusing on those living in urban Hastings and Napier districts, and secondly to identify the priority key cycle routes for safety improvement. So I used a combination of different methods, including mapping the residential location of our staff, interviews, survey data, and an on-road cycle assessment. So what is the status of active transport among staff of Te Whatu Ora Health New Zealand in Hawke's Bay? So Te Whatu Ora is one of the region's largest employers, and the primary campus in Hawke's Bay is at the hospital on Omahu Road in Hastings. And every year an organisational staff travel survey is undertaken, and last year there were 465 respondents. And the first column for each year shows the proportion of those staff that ride a bike or e-bike to work. And the second very tall column is those who primarily drive a car. And in 2016, the DHB launched a Go Well travel plan, which made a lot of great internal changes to promote cycling and improve on-site infrastructure. And this seemed to lead to an improvement in cycling rates for a couple of years, but unfortunately this has now gone backwards again. And so why aren't more health workers, who are typically highly health literate and motivated to be active, cycling to work in Hawke's Bay? So over 3 slides, I've just included a sample of some staff comments from the 2022 staff survey. And what sort of comes through from the surveys each year is that staff don't feel safe cycling along busy roads or in unprotected sort of painted cycle lanes. And no matter how much is done on campus in the long term, only a small proportion of staff will choose to cycle unless sort of safe protected cycleways are in place along key routes. So the reason we undertook this project is because there are strong links between cycling and public health. So firstly, climate change is anticipated to be the sort of single biggest threat to public health for our generation, and it's really important that we make it as easy as possible for our community to reduce their transport emissions. And this sort of aligns with the nation's emissions reduction plan. And the health impacts from car dependency in New Zealand are estimated to have a similar negative health impact to tobacco and obesity. And Hawke's Bay is reported to have the lowest physical activity rate in New Zealand and extremely high rates of being overweight or obese, and the cost of low physical activity to the health system is immense. So there's strong evidence that increased physical activity reduces your risk of a whole range of serious medical problems, some of which are listed there. And so I guess the question is, are cycleway improvements cost effective as a public health intervention? And we're fortunate to have some local Hastings-based health economics research to answer this question. And so the report cited at the bottom there by Ralph Chapman and colleagues estimated a remarkable 11-to-1 return on investment. And in addition to that, a study released last year has really highlighted the public health impacts of man-made air pollution in Hawke's Bay, which is estimated to cause more than 150 premature deaths per year in the bay, and around 2/3 of that air pollution is due to motor vehicles. And finally, Hawke's Bay has a high rate of cycling injuries. So there were 32 deaths or serious injuries, such as needing to be in intensive care over a 3-year period. So a little bit about e-bikes. So e-bikes are extremely popular in New Zealand, and this trend you can see there is only continued since 2018, with now more e-bikes being purchased than traditional bikes. And Hawke's Bay is no exception, with e-bike demand really soaring over the past couple of years. In Auckland, they've been studying this trend closely, and they've found that e-bikes have extended the distance that people are willing to commute from about 5 kilometres on a push bike out to 15 kilometres each way on an e-bike. And e-bike uptake is particularly high among women, which was really relevant to our study because 82% of Te Whatu Ora Hawke's Bay employees are female, so it's a big opportunity. And cargo e-bikes, kind of as a substitute for cars, are really taking off in regions of New Zealand that have safe cycle commuting networks. So Auckland researchers also highlighted that people are most likely to e-bike these longer distances if protected cycle highways are in place, allowing for rapid direct commutes. So to act on this advice, Auckland Transport last year released their new engineering design code for cycling infrastructure. And that figure on the left can be used to give a general estimate of what type of cycleway is required for any given street. So the vertical axis is the number of motor vehicles using that road per day, and the horizontal axis is the 85th percentile kind of recorded speed they're travelling. And pink and yellow zones indicate that a separated cycleway with a barrier is required. And so this is now being applied to every street upgrade in Auckland, and special permission is sort of required for any exceptions. And these are just a couple of examples of sort of the gold standard separated cycleways in Auckland and Christchurch. And compared to in Hawke's Bay, where sort of painted cycle lanes are typical, so that leaving the cyclists vulnerable to inattentive drivers and car dooring. So on to my study findings. So this map shows where our healthcare staff are living. So 23% in the southern part of Napier, 44% in Hastings, 14% Havelock North. And the big circle shows the 15-kilometre radius from the hospital that's potentially feasible for e-bike commuting. And so 84% of staff fell within that radius. So based on that residential mapping, these are the key cycle routes that I identified, and I'll just briefly go through each of the 4 colour legs. So on the main roads within Havelock North, they're intermittent cycle lanes, but with a lot of hazards for cyclists. And this is where 3 of the key roads in Havelock North fall on the chart, so well within the protected cycleway criteria. These are some snapshots of the route through Hastings to the hospital. And this is a video clip, hopefully this works. of the cycle along Heratonga Street West, which joins onto Omahu Road in fast forward, obviously. So it's a direct route up through Hastings to the hospital. So even though there's no cycle lane, most of the cycle commuters I spoke to go this way because it's the fastest route and it has fewer four-way roundabouts than Southampton Road. So when watching this, I kind of asked myself, would I feel safe taking my 2-year-old on my bike along here to drop her off to childcare on my way to work? And the answer was no, I just felt too vulnerable. And there are some links to other video clips also in the report.
A minute to go, Mr. Chair.
I'll try and change slides there. And so these are the plots of some key arterial roads through Hastings. And these photos are from the most direct route I could find between Taradale and the hospital, avoiding the highway. And it felt very dangerous cycling along those rural high-speed roads alongside heavy vehicles. And yeah, there were high speeds, high traffic volumes, and a high percentage of trucks. And then between Napier CBD and Taradale was a similar story. There were only intermittent cycle lanes and many major hazards. Safe cycle commuting, I think, has huge public health potential in Hawke's Bay, and cycleway upgrades are highly cost effective from a community health point of view and do pay for themselves in terms of sort of health and economic returns. Sorry. And in addition to the benefits for our Te Whatu Ora staff, I think there would be substantial gains for the wider community, including school children, as been discussing, hospital visitors, and the large number of others that commute into the Hastings and Napier CBDs for work. So it's kind of my vision after doing this research is that a network of direct cycle highways between Napier, Hastings and Havelock North be established, and what a legacy that would be to leave in such an all-round sort of positive and cost-effective initiative for the community. So there were 5 specific recommendations. Number 1, to establish a visionary road upgrade policy. So each time an urban road is being resurfaced, there's a mandatory review of the road use data and calculation of what type of cycleway meets the safety criteria. And this could be adopted from other centres like Auckland. Number 2, to establish an off-road direct cycle highway from Taradale to Omahu Road in Hastings. And I know this would be expensive up front, but it would be, I think, completely transformative for e-bike commuting in Hawke's Bay. And I think this route would make the single biggest difference in potential commuter numbers and BKT reduction. Number 3, to create a protected cycle highway through central Hastings. And Heratonga Street would be preferable in my mind because it would also provide such great co-benefits for like hospitality, tourism, retail, and reduce congestion in the revitalised central Hastings. Number 4, to create protected cycleways along Taumata Road and Napier Road in Havelock North. And number 5, finally, to create a protected cycle highway between Taradale and central Napier. So this would have less of a direct impact for hospital staff, but would kind of be the icing on the cake to make a complete safe cycle network that would be fantastic for tourism as well between Hastings and Napier. So that's just a figure showing those 5 recommendations mapped out. And I just wanted to say thank you so much to all those from many different sectors who helped with this project, particularly Maggie Brown and Dr. Bridget Wilson.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Joanne. And look, I know we've gone over the strict time limit for a 10-minute presentation, but the force and content of your paper demands our attention. I don't want to cut this short, so I think we must do justice to this paper through enabling everyone to have an opportunity for questions and some discussion. We can't just, we've got to apply the outputs of your research in a constructive way. Can I just make this observation? That is one of the most compelling and important papers I've read since I've been on this committee. It would make an exemplary statement of expert evidence in the Environment Court. I think it's fantastic, and we owe you a great debt of gratitude. So thank you. Are there any questions, please?
Probably more of a comment, really. Congratulations. It's a great report. If I can remember rightly, didn't we not have it on the RTC on the action points a little while ago in regards to having a commuter, because commuters want to travel direct from Napier to Hastings. And we had that along the, I think
Yes,
we
we
talked
did.
about the expressway. Is that still on there?
No, what happened is we were victims of our own success. What happened is we so elevated the place of cycling in that multimodal request that it fell into the cycling budget under the NLTF, which was then over allocated. So we need to rethink our strategy. But you're dead right. We were thinking expressway as that corridor at this stage. We've got another option here, which I've got some ideas about how we might take forward. So yeah, but that was definitely part of our backstory. Other questions?
I've got one question. Are you trained only in health? Because is the answer yes or no?
Yes, yeah, only in health.
Okay, so here we've got a health professional who's done a stellar job in actually identifying the issues here in Hawke's Bay when it comes to our health, safety. It's so simple. By interviewing people and asking people, A to Bism, we use muscle, those who use active transport, rather than foot just pushing a accelerator, and they've chosen to go from Havelock North to Omahu Road in the most direct line, which is Heratonga Street. Those are principles that even our traffic engineers haven't even got their head around yet. Because I bike all the time when I can, and I have to go routes A, B, C, D, and my mate who goes by car goes from A to B because the traffic routes are straight. So, my congratulations to you to actually highlighting that. Someone who's not even, trained in this particular area and has brought that to light. What I would like to see that the outcome of this report is a change in the way we actually plan and go about our network. And I've heard lots already today about a holistic network, but I think we need to come up with a strategy, as most European cities have done, where they actually put a strategy together. And it's not only about safety sits there, speed sits there, modal change sits there, but actually a holistic strategy of the whole, say, call it the Heratonga Plains, where we actually have identified that certain roads in the future will become commuter roads from A to B for active transport. And active transport, I also include public transport because they go on hand in hand, so that when we actually open up a road, the engineers can then look at the strategy that's in place. This road in the future should look like this because that's the outcome we want from it. And then slowly but surely, we actually implement this strategy by our road design. And there's so many ways we can, for instance, Heratonga Street, by putting invisible infrastructure in place that people use cars or buses or trucks just don't feel that they want to go there, and therefore put them through invisible infrastructure onto other aerial routes so that those with active transport have a safe way of getting from the largest employer, just as a start. But we've also got Hastings Girls High. I think there's 3 bikes permanently in their bike rack. There's a school of 600 plus school children, high schoolers, old enough to actually make their own way, but only 3 bikes are there every day. And on a good day, they may have 6. Well, that's appalling, and that's mainly because I think what you have identified, that actually is just not safe.
Thank you.
Sorry, it's a long question.
I'd like to bounce off that with a question to staff, or doesn't necessarily need to answer now, but I think Katrina might have something to say about it. And that is, given I was most fascinated by looking at those different corridors and the current status versus the recommendations to make it sort of, fit for purpose for active transport. And there was, in a couple of references, reducing speed down to 30k at roundabouts, which was what I was talking about earlier in our previous conversation. But I guess my question is, can we ensure that this paper goes to the tag and is an integral part of our initial process for the preparation of the next RLTP. For example, it would delight me to see that the cycle corridor between Hastings and EIT through Omahu Road was in our RLTP. If we need to do something different than the multimodal expressway, and the road through Hiratonga Street and from Taradale up to the CBD. For example, to take those, what you've called them, the biggest bang for the buck, benefits in VKT and safety, and actually really put that squarely on the radar of our next RLTP investment bids. So can we do that? Trina?
Through you, Chair, yes, is
Great.
the short answer. The long answer is that officers through the active transport tag group that we have established includes Te Whatu Ora.
Right.
They are working on the active transport strategy. That is their key piece of work for this year. That will feed into the RLTP.
Fantastic. So this is obviously in front of them now.
Correct.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you for your presentation. As someone that has never ridden one of those scooters, the only reason I did so in Auckland recently was because of those pictures, the cycle lanes that made it safe to do so. And so that was really highlighted to me in your presentation, just how much further we can go with our roading. So I would like to ask if we could have a copy of your presentation so that I think the RCA should representatives and others should take them home, and those 5 recommendations at the end were worth an extra eye.
So through you, Chair, your active transport tag members will all have a copy.
I'd like to request that I have a copy then too, please.
Likewise.
I know it will flow through
Yeah.
from that representative, but I would like to have a copy on my computer after today so I can reread it tonight.
Fair request. Any other Councillor Kerr?
For future reference, there were a lot of pages on this that I simply couldn't read.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if in the future they can get electronic copies that are not scanned into our papers. I'm sure I missed so much of a part of the valuable part simply by not being able to read it and understand what the graphs were showing.
Well, perhaps if we could be emailed a PDF version of the paper as well. And quite often on our agendas, things that are buried in the agenda and can't be read are separately attached as a document that can be for those that really want to.
And I'd like to, if I may, through you, Mr. Chair, reiterate what Councillor Taylor said. This is such a valuable resource. I think it should be emailed directly to every councillor of all of our TAs, in particular Napier and Hastings and the Regional Council. This is a good wake up for us. This is what we need to achieve. Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you for your hard work. It will not be wasted.
Thank you so much for all for your time and for your feedback. Really appreciate it.
Thank
Back
you.
to work.
Well
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I can unshare my screen. I'm not very familiar with using Teams, so.
All right, well, I think that's a great segue into the next item, actually, which is to do with the regional land transport. Or actually, I'm thinking more of the process for the next RLTP. That might be a little bit further down the agenda. So we're now on to page 83 of the agenda.
Excuse me? Were we going to move to accept that item? I'd just like to add a bit to it that from what you had said, and that it's going to go further than just being accepted and noted.
Let's go back to that then. So the recommendation is to receive that paper and to commend it to the technical advisory group for application in the development of our next RLTP.
I'll move that.
Second it.
Third it.
All in favour?
Aye.
It's just too good to note it.
Thank you, Councillor Price. You can see I'm a bit rusty on some of the stuff at the moment. Can we now go to the page 83 of the agenda? And who is going to speak to this paper? Is it Bryce, Katie, Katrina? No, there you are.
I snuck in. Thank you, Chair. Not as exciting, I will admit, but I'm here to speak to the item about Regional Land Transport Plan Investment Delivery Update, specifically ahead of the next RLTP, which we are moving into that phase now. I can take this item as read, I hope, but just one thing to add that has developed since this has been written, particularly relating to the regional program business case. Item 14 mentions that that Stantec are undertaking a review of the work. This is as a result of discussion we had as a group of road controlling authorities and stakeholders to finish off the work that was done in 2020 leading into the 2021 RLTP. And Stantec has now reviewed that. We have met with Waka Kotahi on that feedback, and they are undertaking some changes to present that to us to then be peer reviewed. Otherwise, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Was that in relation to the program business case?
Yes.
Can you just explain to everyone exactly what the program business case was doing?
Yes, so program business case, what we have
In this context
for the regional land transport, regional land transport plan is for us to have a longer term plan as a region for what it is that we want to see, what we need to achieve. And so that is done as a study that then is put together as a program business case that then informs the regional land transport plan and considering also our investment logic mapping. So it is one of the informers, the key informers that for us is very important going into a new funding round. It indicates what it is we see as priorities and the important things that we need to get on that RLTP that we also as a result need to get the funding for the next 3 years of work and further ongoing.
Okay, do we have questions on the paper? I've got a question, and I guess it, if I could take you to the investment logic map. I dipped into the first of these workshops that generated this document and encouraged everyone to blank sheet of paper, blue skies, and helicopter view on the whole thing, bearing in mind our strategic spatial planning contexts, the drivers around climate change mitigation, and probably even more importantly adaptation with real resilience challenges to our existing network and dangling on a thread of State Highway 2 and 5 to the north. What we saw in Central Hawke's Bay last year with roading collapses and hillside collapses, and again, Wairoa is exactly a case in point. We have got some immense challenges, and we need to be bold and visionary and fresh in our thinking. So that's what's come into this. What I wanted to pick up on, so we've got resilience as the first benefit, or it's a key outcome and emphasis of this. I'm just interested in Councillor Van Bake's previous point and seek some guidance on this. How do we infuse active transport thinking into the very centre of the design and planning of our future urban road networks, so that for everything, every decision point as we plan ahead, it's there. How does that happen? How do we ensure that that happens? We've got that in the second item, limited transport, disconnected, unsafe, active transport modes. How do we roll this out? Can someone paint a picture of that?
Sorry to clarify, is that a question for me,
Yeah,
Chair?
or whoever.
So look, that's something that I think will be developed through the RLTP process.
Yeah.
What this ILM is telling us is what we believe are the priorities, so that when we go through the RLTP process, those projects get the funding that we need them to get.
Yeah.
And so look, this is very early.
High level.
Yeah, and high level. But I think what we're indicating is that the importance that we see on those things. And so I think that in alignment with the GPS, so the government positioning statement or policy statement, those also support what we do going forward and how those are prioritised. So that will yet to develop.
Yeah. So I think what's happening at a governance level, for me at least, is we set, as we did with the last RLTP, based on this sort of exercise, our objectives and our vision and our policies and all that sort of stuff. And we've got in the plan now safe active transport modes in our current plan. What I think we don't get is sort of what happened. And we're still, that was it's only 2 or 3 years old, but we're still driving around in a world that looks exactly the same as it was. So how do we sort of know that it's happened and is happening in the technical reviews of new subdivisions, new road plans and everything like that? How do we find that backfeed?
So, and thanks for that clarification, Chair. So I think one of the aspects of that, and we will allude to that in I think the next item or the item afterwards, is an active transport strategy, which is perhaps something that we haven't had as distinct before. Yeah. We have had cycling plans, walking and cycling plans, but what the active transport subcommittee or sub-work stream what the sub-work stream has discussed is that they would like to lead an active transport strategy, which is more of an overarching. So I think something like that then informs what we do at a regional level, rather than it being done by each RCA without a unique regional overview. But I think we're looking at more of a spatial planning aspect when we get into development of subdivision and things like that. So that's something that we need to be thinking at more of a regional level.
Okay, well, let's see. In other words, you're pointing really to the item, interesting numbering on the agenda, but the item to do with active transport update might be a place to come back, to cycle back to that. All right, thank you. Other questions on the paper? Councillor Kerr.
Once again, I couldn't actually read the ILM.
No.
I'm really intrigued as to... I just express an opinion. I'm feeling very left out. I feel that as a governor of this committee, I get to tick the box at the very end, and I'm not involved in the processes beforehand. I'm not expecting to be involved in operational, but the ILM is so critical to what we're trying to achieve. I think there should be governance input into it.
Well, there was last time.
And to have this in front of me, not be able to read it, and a recommendation that involves me understanding it, receiving it and noting it, just sits very uncomfortably.
We got time to hold this over and workshop it?
Oh, sorry. Yes, we do, Chair. Yes.
To go back to Councillor Mayor Little's idea, so that we are, because the tag was 2 half-day sessions. I was invited to them, but could only attend an hour of one of them for various reasons. It was a crazy time of year in December, and I think you're dead right that what the exercise in 2019 had all of the governors involved in it. We're all running around the room with post-it notes and all that sort of thing. So all of the road controlling authorities were well represented by TAG at those meetings, but you're right, we haven't been part of this journey to this point.
Yeah. As governors, we have responsibilities. And for me, sitting at the end, ticking off a plan that's been through a series of processes, I want to have more hands-on and involvement. And just like I say, I'm feeling very uncomfortable. The previous paper was a classic example of we've got it in front of us and now we're trying to influence and put the governor's flavour on it. And yeah, I'm really not comfortable.
Well, can I suggest then that rather than what was the recommendation? Notes, yeah, well, we could note that we've received the report, that we actually request that there be a specific workshop convened at the beginning of the next Transport Committee meeting where we get a deeper dive, we get the consultants and some TAG reps around the table to take us through it, before we set the thing in concrete.
Sorry, through you, Chair, might I just add that, so it definitely is still a draft item.
Yeah.
And to apologise, Councillor Kerr, it's not intentional to, leave any one councillor out particularly. It was just advice that we were advised on, that other regional groups were not including governors, that it was something done at an officer level with the leading from the chair as a representative. And I think we were in a difficult time, given that when we did do it, we didn't actually have a transport committee established at that time. So it was challenging. I do acknowledge that.
Yeah, I can understand.
Well, that would be a good
But we
way
would
forward.
love to workshop that with you, and we have every intention of doing that. And this is a draft, it's not adopted, and we're not asking you to adopt it as it is.
Can I suggest that's what we do then, rather than spend too much more time on it now? That we, I will move that we receive the report and schedule a workshop for a full briefing and discussion.
Today you're scheduling that?
No, at the head of the next meeting.
Tonight.
Yeah, but no, there's no workshop this afternoon.
No, this will be for the beginning of the next meeting, don't worry.
Good.
That's deliberately, precisely to.
I thought you were going to start gathering the meeting back in.
No. And, yeah, so that way we can all get right in amongst it. Okay, I guess I just wanted to ask, so that's been moved and seconded, all in favour? Yep. Okay, well, should we go on to the next item on the agenda?
Thank you.
Well, can I just, in terms of housekeeping?
Lunch at 12.
Lunch is at 12, is it? Okay, well, should we get into the transport emissions reduction update? And we'll do that prior to lunch. So the next item on the agenda.
Do you want to come up?
I don't trust the numbering because I've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 3, 4, 5, 6. So. It's all right. Item 7. Who's going to speak for the next paper? Put me here.
Oh, so I can, if Bryce wanted to join me, or if you wanted to stay there, if there are any questions. This item, Transport Emissions Reduction Plan Update. It is just updating the Regional Transport Committee on where we're at with the Transport chapter, which has obviously been led by Pippa Seblo as well. So that is something that we are working to support. We've had an update meeting, and that's where this is. So again, take the item as read. Happy to answer questions, both myself or Bryce, and that it is something that we have got some meetings scheduled ahead to work on that, to inform the greater plan.
I guess I've got a question. So those workshops that are scheduled for 28 March and 3 April for practitioners and transport staff. This is to work towards the transport chapter of the Hawke's Bay Emissions Reduction Plan. Is that something that's being developed within the purview of the Climate Change Working Group that's being set up at regional level?
Correct.
What is the bridge at governance level between us and that chapter and that group?
So that's a good question, Chair. I think I'm not as aware of who is behind the whole of council group, but as this is a standing item, I think that when we come to any points of development, that it would go through the RTC for contribution. Again, it is something that could be workshopped if that was of interest, but it's it would be something that we'd be consistently bringing to the Regional Transport Committee.
So exactly. So before that, so once that chapter's been through that process at the end of March and April, and before we get it again at a meeting, I think let's take the learning of the earlier part and put that, it may be in time for another workshop on that, as part of that next meeting structure. But it would be enable us to have a more useful discussion than through a formal meeting, so that when we get it, here it is, we've all been more closely involved in it. Okay. Any other questions for Bryce or Katie about this paper?
So we're going to workshop it so we can ask our questions then.
Yeah, we can do once it's been more involved. I just wanted to clarify something in there. It says that buses have got a higher VKT than cars, but just to clarify, that's not on a VKT per person basis. Because I went down to page 137 of the agenda and it says that doesn't account for the number of people in the vehicle.
Yeah, so that's a tonnes of CO2 or kilos of CO2 emitted per vehicle kilometre travelled, not per
By the
person.
bus.
Yes, by the bus.
If you then divide it by the number of seats on the bus, if they were all full, by some miracle, then it would be a different ratio.
Correct.
There's just one, I'm going to quickly, but I really struggle with a lot of this emission stuff and that because you've got this wonderful pie chart, but you haven't got the offsettings of those areas, and I think that's really important because, you know, and then you've got the old farmers here, big bad boys again, and that really just does my head in because you could buy an EV car, you've got to plug it in the wall, and I know we'll probably say, oh, that power comes from the hydro, but actually we're importing coal. Now let's do this sensibly. The bigger picture stuff, you know, it drives me mad. Because on my farm, I've just done 3 Ks of repair and planting. Where's all the bad boys? You know, and so I think if we're going to do stuff like this, we need to do it and demonstrate what, Hawke's Bay might be great, we have all the EV cars in the world, but actually what's it cost our environment to get that EV car up and running to make it? And then what's it costing our environment when that EV car is finished with, and the power it's used, and the tyres it's used, and the cost it is that they're not paying road tax through their charging. We've got to get serious on this, you know. Just don't take, oh, look at me, I've got an EV and I'm pretty good citizen here. Let's look at the bigger picture.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Sage comments. So, Councillor Kerr.
Just a question regarding the workshops. 28th of March, 3rd of April, is that for this committee and are they already scheduled or is it for regional council?
No, those are for the staff and the practitioners to develop a product that we can then workshop before it comes back to us.
That's lovely. I was just going, oh, it's not in my diary.
No, it's not. So that's, so I think we've got that bridge, Peter, secured through that. So I move that we receive the paper, but again, with the request that there be a workshop opportunity to discuss the content before it comes back to this committee.
Thank you.
So that's seconded by Mayor Little. All in favour?
Aye.
Anyone against? Right. Have we got time for another agenda item before lunch?
Through you, Chair, the next item is the regional program tracker, which may be a simple one to go through.
Yeah, why don't we have a go at
overview.
that? So take us through that, please, Katie.
So this is a new item that I can acknowledge also probably would be very difficult to read, and that just while we're on it is maybe something that we can work on in the future, as this is just part of the way that the agendas are delivered, that you will have in front of you. It is a very early example of something that we feel we would like to bring to you, because it gives an overarching view of all of the aspects of regional transport in one sheet, and where we are at with them, specifically referring to the roadblocks that are in our way, or where we are at with them, and some key milestones. And also one key point for us to have in there was the alignment with the GPS as it is currently, but again would continue in the future. So it gives us a very whole of transport view. But we are very open to feedback on how you might like this to look as governors, because this is for you.
So it actually, in some ways, answers my question about how we find the backfeed. If we put strong stuff around active transport in here, we can start to say, well, where are you at with that? Show me 5 examples. Yeah. I had one question, one point. No, that's right. I can take that offline. Are there any questions about this tracker? Or comments about it people wish to make?
Mr. Chair?
Okay.
Thank you, Katie. This is the first time I've been able to go there. It's all in one document. So huge congratulations to whoever's been able to build this and fill it in. And it certainly makes our job, and go back and refer to our terms of reference, which is about monitoring the implementation. Here it is, makes our job so much easier. Thank you very much.
Cool. Well done.
Any other? Yeah.
Yeah, through you, Mr Chair, I'm not sure if this is the appropriate place to ask it, but noting that it is the second last item, the CHB Express trial for July 24, how does that tie in with, could you please outline your thoughts on how that flows from this into consultation, into the new rating mechanism that follows? As I say, I'm not sure whether this is the appropriate time to bring that up.
No, I believe it is. So in answer to your question, Councillor Taylor, as that was done through our regional public transport plan, which has been adopted, it was advised that that could be done before 2025, but likely after 2024 because it needs to be included in a new funding cycle to be funded because there isn't currently funding for it. So yes, it does fit into that. It does fit into that cycle, and so it's directly related to consultation. So although it's been consulted on as part of the regional public transport plan, for it to receive funding would need to then go into the regional land transport plan cycle for it to have the funding required to deliver.
So this is for the, through you, Mr Chair, the consultation is that? July 2024 is RLTP.
So coincidentally the same date as the best thing I can explain. So we have put that there as a possible date to begin delivering something like that because that is when we begin to have that new funding available. So we can kick off with all the things or some of the things that we have had approved in the regional land transport plan and when we can receive that new or work through that new funding cycle, which is when we can deliver new projects as well. So that's a milestone. So it's a planned date, not a definitive. It's a milestone for us to begin working on something like that.
So I guess I should feed back. I took the issue of the bus service from of this trial effectively to the council as I undertook to do in December. We have just got so much heat and pressure on our budget constraints to operate within the long-term plan settings that we simply couldn't extend ourselves to bringing that trial any further forward than 2024.
Yeah, through you, Mr Chairman, with respect, you'd still have to consult our ratepayers for that increase.
Oh, completely,
and we had that total approval or, positive feedback in that consultation that we did for something like that to happen.
I know. I took it to where it needed to go. I'm telling you what the outcome was. I did what I said I would do. And that's just the cold, hard realities of that. Acknowledging that the primary consultation target would need to be your communities. Equally, we've got huge budgetary and rating pressures already within our plan. We're already on about a 20% rate increase, so that's where it was. Linda.
Different kind of question. This is brilliant. Thank you very much. I guess a more detailed question, just looking at the extent of the work that still lies ahead of us within the next RLTP period and noting your comments, Chair, regarding both resource constraints within all respective parties involved and also budget constraints. Have we had a thought about how this might be prioritised, and is that something that would come back through the committee to get our sense of, we're comfortable if we do this and don't do this? Because that's the reality, I'm presuming, for us.
So through you, Chair, I think that's something that we could put to you whether there would, be an interest in prioritising this program, or whether there is decisions within each committee meeting that decide that actually we need to put more energy into one particular aspect of the program. So we are open to that. Again, this is something that we provide for you as governors. So if that would be helpful, then we're happy to do that.
Right. Any other comment on that?
Just a feedback on this. If this could be dated as to when it's effective by, because when you produced this, it would have been as a date, and I'm assuming it's not today. Just be helpful to understand. Thanks.
Sorry again, Chair. I would just like some kind of clarity on that last question as to how we would, how we intend as a committee to proceed, because what I wouldn't want us to get to is the month before the RLTP finishes and for members, any of us, to be surprised or unhappy with what has happened or hasn't for constraints reasons.
Sorry, can you just put the question into you're asking again, Linda?
How is this work going to be prioritised given the extent that has to happen in 18 months? Noting that it's probably not all going to happen.
Who are you asking that question of?
The officers. And then as a result of that advice, what does the committee want to ask of them to provide us to help with prioritisation?
So through you, Chair, to answer that question, obviously we see the priorities as being what is legislated, which doesn't always align with what is necessarily, a priority to our region in terms of what needs to be changed. And so we can prioritise it based on legislation, based on what has gone into long-term plans, and what has been approved and signed off, then based on what we would like to see going forward. And you are correct, Linda, in the fact that, there is far more here than what is technically achievable, which is always the case. So that is something where we would be very honest with the progress, which we have been, and network resilience being one of them. That's something that has been brought up very recently as being a high priority for officers, but has not necessarily been given any kind of sort of kick-off in terms of what needs to be achieved or how quickly or, with what resource.
And through you, Chair, if I may add to that, and this is something I haven't discussed with Katie or anyone else in the team, just an idea roving around in my head. We could potentially look at developing a tool that will assist us with objectively prioritising all of these pieces of work that will build in qualitative and quantitative elements to it, and that will then spit us out with basically a sort of a prioritisation chart wrapped around a range of different metrics, so we can actually look at it in a very objective way, and help to then shape the discussions that we have around prioritisation around this table. If that's something that the committee would like, we can develop a tool for discussion.
Yeah. I mean, they're all things we have to do within various statutory deadlines. They're all priorities. They've all got their own timelines. I'm not sure what, to be fair, Linda, I'm not sure what would be achieved by sort of priority discussions on these. I mean, are we going to say do road safety before you do emissions reduction plan, or are we going to say do draft transport emissions plan before you do the rebrand, or is that what you mean, or?
I think that as an RTC, we have to recognise that there is a very long list of activities here that's probably in all likelihood not all going to get completed by that NLTP period.
Yeah, okay.
So on that basis, is there a need for us as regional leaders to prioritise this, or are we happy for officers to continue as they are and for us to not provide that advice on what we believe should happen?
Well, look, I'm seeing a whole bunch of green dots, which I assume mean on track, right? So I'm thinking where we start to see yellow and red dots, that's when we need to make some priority calls.
My personal concern is by the time it gets to that point, that it's beginning to get too late, given you've got 18 months ahead. That's my view.
Right, well, you've heard from Bryce. Do you have a specific solution in mind, Linda?
I'm open to whatever solution would help us get to a prioritisation process, noting that this is just our LTP, that many TAs have transport choices, streets for people and other things on their desk too.
I'm sorry, I don't have a...
If it's appropriate through you, Chair, I could propose that what we do is, because I note that within this program tracker, there are some things that are within each group, some things that are good to do and not necessary to do necessarily, pardon the double use of that word. And so that could be something we could do as sort of maybe rank them accordingly within the group, because I do acknowledge, Chair, what you say about having prioritised the individual groups. Not one is necessarily more important than the other, but within, say, road safety, there might be some actions in there that are more important than the other, and so we could rank them within that.
You could have another column or something like that.
Just in the prioritising, some of them are shared costs, which the council would need to be involved. You might have the money and we mightn't. The other way around.
Well, I don't know where to take that. I don't have any recommendation to make. If someone else wishes to make one, please go ahead. Otherwise, I'm going to close the item.
Mr Chair, I think a very simple recommendation that says the committee ask staff to consider prioritising these items. Just ask them to consider. Means it's not lost. Pick up Linda's concerns that we are on a deadline and it will come up very quickly, having seen it happen before. And we've identified it and passing it back to our staff.
Sure.
Also, it's a regional transport program tracker, so hopefully next time we'll see it, can you make it so that we actually can see changes as well, so some of the angst may be removed as well, that we can see where priorities are being taken.
And through you, Chair, ultimately, I think this is just an acknowledgement that we do have a lot of work on, and it's good to identify if staff and when staff feel that that work won't be achieved, or we are at risk of not achieving work that will impact, we will of course bring that to this committee.
I think the motion then is that we receive the paper and that in presenting this item for further meetings, staff give advice over any issues of priority where decisions need to be made. All right? Peter, strike that down. Okay, I've moved that. Someone want to second that? All in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Is it a priority that we now move to lunch or to the regional road safety update?
Can we clean it up before lunch?
Well, it's quite a big topic. No, we can't. True. It's there's going to be, I'm sorry, near little, but I anticipate there's 2 or 3 items in this agenda that have got half an hour left in them. That's going to be one of them.
So when you prioritise something, you would deal with that
So,
specific council.
can we resume at, what's the time now?
11 minutes past now.
12:30, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
We've got quite a substantive paper with some quite rich new content in it. And I understand Bryce has got a presentation which he's got to hand, which would be the most useful way to take us through the content of that paper. So with that said, I'm going to hand you over to Bryce to reveal this new framework or set of frameworks.
Thank you, Chair, and through you I will soon take you through this new strategic direction and overview. I guess just as a very quick piece of background, and this is reflected again in the paper. So last year there was a Section 17A review conducted under the Local Government Act 2002 for the road safety function. What that found was that it was effectively impractical and implausible for the structure to continue as it is. The service delivery was starting to be affected, and there were better mechanisms to actually deliver road safety servicing. And where it got to was a more collaborative, integrated and holistic approach to road safety, where a lot of the deliverables were applicable and appropriate were embedded in either the TAs, or we've gone one step further and looked at the community level, again, where applicable and appropriate. So two initial comments just to keep in the backs of your minds as we go through this. We discuss social marketing concepts, but for the purposes of this discussion, just decouple traditional marketing with what we are talking about here, and I'll discuss those a bit further in more detail. And the other one, I guess, is that we are taking a very holistic, integrated approach with this new framework, and there's community and district frameworks that we'll go through very quickly that sort of step everyone through the process as we develop it. So I'll try and make this as quick as possible, but please do tell me if I am talking too fast. So this one's more of a context-setting slide. So we do know if we take speed, for example, it's not simply someone wanting to go fast. There's a raft of possible drivers or causal factors or elements within that. So simply telling someone to drive to the speed limit misses the mark somewhat. So with that in mind, that's why we've taken such a broad approach to the new road safety strategy. So in terms of a strategy on a page, this is effectively the structure that we're looking at. So we have our strategic direction developed and set by Waka Kotahi. That's our 40% reduction in deaths and serious injuries by 2030. That then needs to immediately flow down to a Hawke's Bay road safe strategy. Again, do keep in mind that this is in development, so it will be some sort of a statement around we're doing X, Y, Z collectively as a region and as TAs to deliver on our key targets within the road safe strategy. And we're also thinking, and again this will come out as we develop this strategy further, we're thinking we may have a few big regionally aligned goals. So one could be around distraction, for example, and we would have some metrics around that. So the Hawke's Bay Road Safe Strategy will then feed down into each one of the councils, so they will have their own strategy and deliverables. The initial thinking was that this would be built from a ground up, so from the community we would go to them and say, look, what are the issues in your community, what's causing them, who's doing it, and what do we need to do to change that, and that would then roll up into a council strategy. However, as we've started to develop this, the approach has morphed into let's do effectively a laundry list across the district, looking at all of the risk factors that are known, i.e. Identified in the Communities at Risk Register, and all of the risk factors that are emerging, i.e. those that are factors on the ground but not necessarily collected. So then these district ones will ultimately flow down into a community strategy where that is applicable and appropriate, and again where it's applicable and appropriate, the deliverables will be owned by the community. So it's by the community, for the community, and delivered within the community. And the role within this that Road Safe Hawke's Bay will play is that big umbrella overarching program manager, more or less. And so a lot of this is going to be underpinned by both short and long-term behaviour change, and we'll use a couple of social marketing tools and techniques to form that up. So just at a very cursory level, and if you want more detail, this is all spelt out in the appendix of the paper as well. So when we're thinking about social marketing, we need to think about the person in all of their possible guises. So if I think about myself, I'm obviously a professional person, a husband, young father, etc., etc. And all of those have slightly different drivers to them, depending which hat you're wearing. But more importantly, it's understanding the behaviours of those people. And critically within that, it's understanding the influencers and the influencers. So that's to say, who do they trust? Why do they trust this person? Who is influencing them? Where do they get their information from? What sort of content are they listening to? And that starts to direct how we communicate with these people, through what channel we communicate or method. So one of the underpinning things of the elements, I guess, of the strategy is that we are taking a segmentation-based approach, like you would in any traditional marketing campaign. So the pillars of the segmentation approach are I, we, and all of us. That will remain consistent right across the strategy, but it will be applied to each different community. So, for example, the I's in Marae-Kakaho will be completely different to the I's in Frimley. The we's in Takapau will be completely different to the we's in Maraenui, for example. So what that does is that allows us to get to a granular level of detail to understand in this community generally what each segment is, who's there, what sorts of behaviours are they doing, etc., etc. Where do they get their information? How then can we target them with suitable interventions or messaging or education or whatever it happens to be? So we're going to use two key social marketing frameworks, and these will work in conjunction with each other, but we'll set them out separately now. So this is the value cost exchange matrix, and this enables us to articulate our forms of intervention. So you can see there that we're going from active decisions or a conscious choice right through to something that is more subconscious or in some cases unconscious. So for example, I'll give you a few examples of each one in the quadrant. So a hug, if you took a keep cup to a cafe, they gave you 50 cents off. There is a very clear incentive, there's a very clear choice. A slap or a smack, either or, whichever we want to call it, is, you think typically of your speeding fine. There is a choice there and there's a very clear disincentive. A nudge is a lot more subtle and somewhat subconscious. So a great example, and a New Zealand example of that, is Shortland Street in Auckland. A lot of people were speeding down that, so they painted some very large 3D balls on the road. Therefore, the perception as you're driving down is that there's something on the road, and that makes you go, "Ooh, hold on, I'll slow down a bit." And they found that massively effective. I'm unsure if it's still enforced. And a shove would be something like a raised pedestrian crossing, traffic calming, for example, in a road safety context. So then we're going to use that with this D-sides framework tool. So this sets out our types of interventions, and this is kind of where the rubber really starts to hit the road. So you'll see if you look down in that left-hand column, we've got control, inform, design, educate, and support. Now, the traditional home of road safety has really been in that inform and educate space, but where this really differs quite significantly is it actually enables us to easily and clearly articulate an all-of-system approach for each community, for each council, and for the region as a whole. So you'll see in the control, for example, we've already got quite a lot of tools there, rules, requirements, policing, legislation, etc., etc. Inform is really that traditional home, that communication, that highlighting of things, that awareness. Design is one of the key things that is really going to help us with that all-of-system approach. So the design element brings in and considers the physical environment. It considers the infrastructure. It considers any services or technology that we may use or leverage or build in to actually make material gain against risk factors. And that educate, again, really driving that traditional home of road safety through a range of mediums, through a range of channels and a range of messaging and a range of tools as well. And the support is really, that will be focused on that I segment largely. This is where we need the most intensive interventions, the heaviest lifting, effectively. So these will work together like this. So across the top, we'll be able to form up what our interventions are like, and then we'll be able to articulate what type of intervention we want against each risk factor. And my expectation when we get to the point of developing these with the TAs and the communities is that we will see a blended approach within this. And my other expectation is that this will be extremely detailed. We will have many interventions in there to actually make material gain, whether they're low-hanging fruit or long-term solutions. So in terms of a community strategy template, so now we're kind of going, how do we bring this to life? How do we actually do this within a community or a district? So what we will do first, and we've had a few workshops contextually around this with some of the TLAs already. CHB has been the first cab off the rank and we're making great progress with them. So the district risk factors will be pre-populated based on the communities at risk register. The focus area alignment is the 5 key focus areas within Road to Zero. So can we easily map those back? Because that is effectively what we need to be delivering. Where's it coming from? What the risk factor impact is for that community or for that district. So is it high, is it medium, is it low? You know, how critical is it that we actually address this? And what are the drivers of that risk factor? So, for example, poor sleep hygiene, a lack of civic awareness, apathy, etc., etc., etc. And then who are the at-risk groups? So these initially are done in groups of subject matter experts. So whether that's a Road Safe Network forum, which is how we're doing it in CHB, or some other yet to be established forum, we get everyone around the table and we tease these elements out collectively. And then we do the district or the community segmentation model. So we go, right, the eyes in this district or community, whatever it is, what are their characteristics? What are some of their key traits or behaviours? You know, what do they do? And what are their motivations, drivers and influences? Who do they listen to? Where do they get their information? Where do they hang out? What is causing them to do what they do? And this is all just completely hypothetical, all for illustrative purposes. But if we take then one risk factor that we've already previously identified and we can pin that to one segment, so the eye, for example, well, what are the causes of the eyes in Marae-Kakaho speeding? This, that and the other. And then critically, what are the key enablers of change? And this is really where the community insight, the subject matter expert insight comes in, because it could be absolutely anything and it could be right across the scope of that DSIDES framework.
Hi, Bryce, could you make your screen a bit bigger? Is that possible?
It's okay. It's in their agenda. It's in their.
Oh, it's in your agenda. Okay.
This is
easier
to read. It's easier to read on the screen.
It's easier to read there than it is on the screen.
Yeah. Okay.
So then, like I've pointed out before, these would be developed into behaviour interventions, and just a couple of examples in there, but we would expect to see that against that speed, this would be completely populated with interventions, and that will then ultimately fall into an action plan, which again identifies the risk factor, the segment that we're approaching, what the action is, what the key enablers are. So that could be advocacy at an RTC level, it could be advocating for policy change at a government level, etc., etc., etc. The list goes on. Who is owning it? Who is supporting? Where the funding stream is coming from. Now that's particularly a critical one when we start to think about any physical design elements or any policy changes or anything in that intervention mix. So what we're effectively saying there is we may be looking at infrastructure changes or physical environment changes from a road safety perspective, but in no way is Road Safe Hawke's Bay ever going to be delivering that? So it's stitching all of the programs of work together that are going on in and around TLAs to be able to say, okay, you guys are putting a roundabout there in this community, you're doing it, the funding stream is coming through you, here's the rough timeline, and then we can keep track of that. And that is effectively the plan and the approach that we are now taking to Road Safe. It is also important to note that because this is quite a new approach to it, we do expect that the strategy development will take some time. However, my view is that if we do it once and we do it right now, we probably will not have to touch the strategy for quite a long period of time and focus on the action plans and review those on an annual basis to understand whether or not delivery is hitting the mark.
Thank you, Bryce. I've just got a couple of questions before I throw it open to the floor. So this community-driven risk, landscape, interventions and all that sort of thing,
Yes.
as I understand it, is starting from the ground floor within each district.
Correct.
And would ultimately populate on a district chapter basis the overall speed management plan that would come to us for approval as an RTC. That's the end of the would come to this committee to approve?
Yes, so the view at the moment, and certainly open to thoughts, is that once we have developed that intervention mix, so our forms across the top and our types down the bottom, that would then come to RTC on a community basis or on a district basis, and that would then be workshopped going, is this the best option? Is this fit for purpose? Is this fit for the community? What are we missing?
Yeah.
And then once that is confirmed, this will be, will then subsequently be baked into an action plan.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to ask, because I'm looking at 21.2 of the paper and the suggestion that once the landscapes and risk factors and causal elements have been identified in that way, we come in at the intervention stage,
Yes.
which is the side point, east, in the, was it slap or margin,
Yep.
all that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's right.
Is there a place for, as we are community representatives, us to be involved? For example, Tanya's from Hastings, and that'll be developing its plan. Keith from Napier, in the population of the community landscape for that district, or is that going to be, again, TAG and community reps?
So through you, Chair, yes, there certainly is a place. We're reasonably agnostic with how that is set up. So whoever wants or needs or adds value to it can most certainly come along. So, for example, Councillor Taylor is on the CHB
Yes, that's what I was gonna
network.
say. So each of the TAs would be doing that, and so
Yes.
each of the TAs could appoint to that process
Absolutely.
from within their governance structure before it comes to us as the intervention step.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just make a comment there, and it comes from your slide, which was around speed, and the example was, more enforcement. And can I kind of push you away from that, because that's a failure, of the plan, is when the police have to come in and enforce. So as an example, it should be something else rather than the first thing you go to, which is get the police to come and fix it. Because that means that you haven't successfully applied a plan and made some changes to your community. So.
Yeah, look, completely appreciate that, and we'll definitely do that. And that is critically where the subject matter experts and the community evidence and citizen insight really comes in, because we're able to capture it through this framework and this process. That then forms a basis of evidence. And if throughout that process we say, well, we get someone from the community saying, oh, we need more police enforcement, that's when the police, as a stakeholder or FENS or whoever, can go, well, actually, hold on. Is there a better way, or do we need to think about several different forms and types? And increased enforcement is one of those, but perhaps further down the list.
Councillor Taylor.
And more of a wee comment, with your permission, Ms. Chair, just as part of that, it has been a really good process to sit through. And when I first saw what Bryce has presented to you, I was going, because you can't visualise, I couldn't visualise it going through the process. And yet, when we sat there with the group, going through each one, who's this? What do they do? What will that mean? And it made sense in the process. So I would recommend, if you get the chance, to either sit in on or follow closely, because it really does make sense as you go through the process.
No.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
No
This feels a really comfortable fit for a geographical area. how would it work for a high-risk group, let's say motorcyclists, or let's say young unlicensed drivers? How does this system work?
Through you, Chair. Fantastic question, and I was really hoping someone would ask one like that, actually. So this is really where the strength of the segmentation model comes in. So, and I did forget to say this when I was going through that, but particularly in the we segment, we're looking at that as, family, family whānau, community, etc. But then we had a bit of an epiphany and took a step back and said, well, hold on, what is a community? Yes, it's a geographical area or it's a domiciled area, but it's also a workplace. It's also a club. It's also an industry. The list goes on. So if we, throughout the initial development process, identify that there is a community of some sort that is more at risk than others, then we look to do a separate targeted strategy for them that may well, and probably will in fact, draw on a lot of the other interventions that we design both in the district and across the region. Yes.
And how is this informed? So once again, I'm using motorcyclists. Mm-hmm. Is there data that can be extracted from other sources that highlight where our high risk other communities are?
Through you, Chair, another fantastic question. I'm very glad you asked that. So it's actually a blended approach. So this whole strategy is underpinned by evidence. It has to have an evidential basis. So in the first instance, we will get information from waka kotahi, from crash databases, from research that is commissioned both internationally and locally, where it's applicable and appropriate. And then this is, again, where the community insights and evidence really comes in, where by working through this process, we're collecting that as evidence. So some of the conversations that we have had with our road safety education partner in waka kotahi have been extremely positive, and they've very strongly indicated that they are looking to capture emerging or on-the-ground risks and capture and understand citizen insights and evidence and what the real situation is on the ground in certain areas. And by working through this, we're actually capturing that, and that forms part of that evidence. So it's building the qualitative with the quantitative as we work through the process.
One final question. Hastings District has a number of community plans, sounds like Central Hawke's Bay do as well. Once the community have written up their aspirations, is this a system that a council can sit down with the community for them to help solve the problem, rather than us coming in and going, you've got to do this and we're going to do this? It's actually the community going, by working through a system, here's the answers. Because often the answers are not, as Matt said, the police coming in, but it's the neighbours going and knocking on the neighbour's door and say, hey, your son was speeding at 5 o'clock this evening, can you remove his car keys?
Through you, Chair, Councillor Kerr, you are nailing the questions today. This is just great. So the way we see this working is most likely in two steps. So the initial thinking in terms of framing the entire strategy up is that it would be community first. So we would pre-populate what we could, take that to the community and go, what's missing, what's right, what's wrong, what do we need to think about? That's being flipped on its head, and we're doing the district first in those working groups or those subject matter expert groups. And that is then being allocated out to the communities based on what those people in those subject matter expert areas know. So then, once that is done, that will be go to the community and say, look, is this right?
Okay. Thank you.
How long does this all take?
We haven't set a timeline yet, but my expectation is probably 9 to 12 months. We do want to be able to tie it up with the RLTP process to build that all in.
Is there a statutory deadline? I'm looking at our sheet. This obviously has to be done ahead of it, as you say, the RLTP in terms of the funding side of it, but in terms of the speed management guide from Waka Kotahi, is there a deadline for this?
It's my understanding that there is not a deadline for a road safe strategy. We are committed in
So
terms
that's more the
of.
speed management plan?
Yeah, correct, yeah.
So it really is just to make sure we've got it in place so that we can seek the funding for it?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Price, did you have a question?
I just, I think it's outstanding, but when you go to the community, every street will have an issue.
Yeah.
And I just said to Matt, when you're a politician, the simplest way is say, the speeding, go to the police, because that's their job to sort it out, and you're turning it around, but you're buying a big job. And that's, I don't know how you cater for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, the model is that the people who live and have cars driving through their fences and first responders on rolled cars on corners are your best eyes and ears to all of this stuff. That's the heart of it, isn't it?
Correct, yes.
There's a real world experiences that I think empower people to get involved in decisions that really concern them. Councillor Van Beek.
In fear of not being being as able to ask questions as Councillor Kerr obviously has been able to do, how are you going to deal with the smoking in bars scenario, where the subject matter experts will come up with some really good understanding what should be happening in this community, but the community says, no, we don't want anything about that. It will never happen. It's not going to happen. How are you going to deal with that?
So through you, Chair. Good question, Councillor Van Beek.
Not as good as Councillor Kerr.
Oh no, that is actually a fantastic question because that's a key consideration in this. What we don't want is for this to end up being a top-down strategy. So for the councils or subject matter experts to go, right, here's what you need, this is what's happening. What we effectively want to do is prepare a draft of what we collectively in that network think are the risk factors, are some of the causes, are the key enablers of change, etc., and then go to the community and ask them, is this right? Have we missed the mark? Will these interventions work? Won't they? What do we need? What don't we need? And really build out that full intervention mix from there and subsequently the action plan. And just further on that, when we get to those action plans and when we get to talking to the community, that's when hopefully we'll get to a point where we may start to identify community bodies or trusts or Taifenua or whoever it is that will say, oh, that's something we can deliver, or we can do that, or we can do these 5 things. And then Road Safe Hawke's Bay may look to funnel some funding in there to support and enable that.
Fantastic answer.
Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, well, I do suggest that adopting the model and story of the day, that when we're at that intervention stage and each of people in the governance level have had a chance to be involved in their community conversations at that earlier stage, we workshop it. This is the next iteration of content that comes to us should be through a workshop. Yeah.
Agreed.
And it might be July or something, or it might be September, I don't know. But okay, are there any other questions or discussion? Perhaps we could have a mover to receive the paper. What is the recommendation here? Liz?
Receives and notes.
Yes, received. Oh, well, I'll move that we receive the report and endorse the new approach. Seconded by Councillor Van Beek. Look forward to the workshop on it. All in favour?
Aye.
Aye. All right, the next item is public transport update. I believe that must be you, Katie.
Or is, I'll just move into the microphone zone. So this item particularly talks to the operation of public transport. Public transport is not only Go Bay, which is and for clarification, Go Bay is the service that we own, which is operated by Go Bus, We also own a service called My Way, which is also operated by GoBus. But part of public transport is also Total Mobility, which is collectively operated by a number of different taxi providers, and so we have a number of contracts, a number of operators, all to provide service of public transport to those that need it, and more importantly, as well, for those that have a choice that we want to reduce emissions. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I think just as a highlight, I talk in this report about the operations, significantly operations of GoBay, but we also have some schemes in place through Waka Kotahi, through the ministry, half-price fares, and also the climate emergency response funding for the Transport Choices Package, which we have received funding for. As a regional council, we have received funding for, but also most of the RCAs in Hawke's Bay have also for other packages, which I am not speaking about in this particular paper, because our funding is for public transport infrastructure. So I'm happy to take any questions, or if you'd like me to talk you through any part of that specifically.
Yeah, I'm sure I've got a couple of questions on your paper, Katie. So I just had some observations on the statistics around My Way. If I can just find the right page.
While you're looking, can I have a
Yeah, you have it. Why don't you go?
So you've got some funding for some additional bus stops at the sports park.
Correct.
Now, it's great to actually have infrastructure there, and we can now say we've got bus stops at the sports park, but they're actually going to be meaningful when it actually comes to timing, where they travel to, where they come from.
So yes, I think just to elaborate on that, the reason we have got a bus stop going in there is because we have approved in our regional public transport plan to have the main trunk route going through the regional sports park. And so as part of the infrastructure funding for the Transport Choices Package, primarily it's for us to introduce real-time information, and the infrastructure around the terminals helps us tell the story of our future service as well, and complements that. So I feel that not only being the trunk line that travels through the regional sports park, so it's the highest frequency service, having that real-time information allows us to have that service be most reliable. So it will tell people when they can expect the next service. And so that is, in the long term for us, alleviating the need for a timetable, which makes public transport more readily used.
There you go.
Question.
Sure.
But is the timeline of the bus service through the sports park, is it taken into account the needs of the park, or is it just because it actually runs through the park and therefore we might as well have a bus stop? I'm not trying to be cynical here, but...
Sorry, yes, and I appreciate that clarification, thank you. So can I just ask further to that, through you, Chair, whether or not you, meaning the timing of the schedule of that service, so the hours of it, does it suit the activities of the park?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so it being our main trunk route is our most frequently operating service, so it operates 7 days a week, and it operates the longest period of time. So currently that is from 6 o'clock in the morning, or 6:30, sorry, from Hastings or Napier, depending on which way it's coming from, until about that time in the evening, about 6:30 as well. And in the weekend, less frequently at this point, but in the future we intend for it to be from 6 to midnight, and by future I mean 2030. That is what's proposed in our regional public transport plan, and that would be 7 days a week. And so the intention is that would cover more than the time that is spent at the park. However, we're very aware that by the time the bus does go through the regional sports park, which we plan to be in the next probably 3 to 4 months, the timing may not incorporate every activity that takes place there, especially things that happen in the evening, but we're working towards it.
But it's okay, this is Route 1, right?
It will become Route 1, it's currently Route 12,
So that's
yes.
that's
Correct.
the most frequent, and what they've done is they've effectively moved the bus stop round to Elwood Road, I think, so that it hooks into the sports park on its journey. It's a slight deviation from the existing expressway route.
Yes, so currently the service goes up through the hospital, up to the Nottingley Road roundabout, back down and along Parkawhai Road, and then up Evandon, onto the expressway. Yeah, so now in the future it will go past the hospital, along Nottingley Road, and then through Percival to be able to access the sports park. So the intention was not only to serve a key aspect of the regional activity, but also to help streamline that service, because we intend that to be our most efficient service, because it's our main trunk route. It serves most communities as the major connector.
Thank you. Other questions, please? Okay, can I take you to the did you have a question? Where you go?
Is there anything in legislation that would stop a TA, a council, from running a public bus service? For example, if Hastings wanted to run a public bus service from the prison to Hastings or something like that.
It might be something best answered by Waka Kotahi, but I do know that as part of the SPTF, so the Sustainable Public Transport Framework, which is being worked on, that things like that can be developed. At this point, the Regional Council, I believe, is the sole provider of public transport, and community transport feeds into smaller aspects like that, that naturally can have partnerships. But that the Regional Council currently is usually the approved public transport authority.
I'm going to defer to subject matter expert Sarah on that one.
Through the chair, Katie answered that question very, very well. So those things could be developed, and they might end up being a privately subsidised service. You could also work with an employer, and they could also subsidise a service as well. But in terms of the continuous programme, it's generally done through our regional council suppliers, and they hold the public transport contracts.
Councillor Taylor, did you want to pick up on that? No, okay.
Right. I had a couple of questions. Yeah, I mean, this is a classic space for public-private partnerships of a kind, I would have thought. As we will be trialling in Wairoa, for example, using community trust agents and things like that we could support. Now, look, the table paragraph 5 on page 160 of the agenda, we had quite a spectacular increase in patronage July to September, and then we've gone back a step. Have you got any, is this some sort of random fluctuation? Is this something to do with My Way launch? What was going on here? Put me through those numbers.
Yeah, through you, Chair, and a good point made that perhaps we do need to provide some commentary. Sometimes we're only speculating though.
Yeah.
From July to September, yes, significantly would be connected to My Way, because that had seen an increase in patronage. But the other aspect to that is that is where we were running our most full services. So we had the least number of cancellations between that period, and then we started to see a high number of cancellations again from November. So it'll be both of those factors contributing together to see I probably wouldn't call it a spike, but a kind of alignment of where we may have been in the past.
So it's not a seasonal thing that people don't get on the bus in summer?
Sorry, again, through your chair, it can be to do with the school terms as well.
Right.
But there are holidays within that, so I would say that that it's unlikely. However, do bear in mind that it is a monthly total, and so it could be even better to see something like that broken down by week, but would be a far greater presentation.
Yeah, so if you go to the table above, it's got September and October, the cancellations were, when you had those highest patronages, at 8, 2 and 3%, and then it's trending up again. Yeah. So the graph on page 10, My Way, there's a big, that graph's got some fluctuations as well. And I can't really read the dates that well, but they seem to be snapshots of a date in September, a date in October, a date in another date in October, et cetera, across that graph. Is there a trend there too? I mean, has My Way dropped off, or is it coming back again, or is that just don't read too much into that?
through you, Chair, that is very indicative of some of the factors of how vulnerable our service is. So not only is some of the fluctuation due to the school holidays, which we have been very aware that this has been highly used by school students.
Like 1st of January 2023, you don't have to be a lot of people on a bus.
Well, exactly. And so during that holiday period, not only are there less people using it because less people are going places, but also we, through that time, operated a more reduced service for that very reason. And likewise, in the next report, you will very much see that in the first sort of maybe the second 2 weeks of January, the first 2 weeks of February, and potentially longer, we have been running 2 vans as opposed to 3, given driver shortage, again indicating the vulnerability of that service and how that then impacts the ability for us to get as much patronage as possible. We are limited to capacity when we have less vehicles, so we'll see another dip again.
Sorry, we'll see another dip again because
of the fact that we're down to 2 vans from 3.
Right. Yeah, to account for what that's. But that's been addressed, hasn't it?
We're currently working on it. We have a driver that has been employed, from what I understand, by GoBus, who is waiting for the endorsement to be able to drive passengers.
That's one thing I hoped about my way, is that you don't need a HT licence as such. So.
And again, through you, Chen, just as a comment, no, you don't need a heavy traffic licence, which is an advantage. You do need a passenger endorsement, which does need to be renewed. And then, of course, the training is quite detailed.
Right. Last question. Are there any indications you feel safe to provide, very briefly, as to learnings from Hastings that could be applied in running a trial in Napier that tests different things or builds on what we've learned?
Yes.
Too early to call.
Yes, and bearing in mind too, when I provide this information, this sort of preliminary view, we haven't undertaken a formal review yet of Hastings, so this is only what we're observing from what is being delivered. It is a very difficult one because on paper, statistically, it is a great service. We have achieved our targets of, and not consistently, I might add, but we have achieved our targets of statistics, in terms of patronage. So we're 70%, and we repeatedly hit that. So you could look at that and think, yes, it's a great success. However, what we do know is that based on the budget we've got, the service we're able to provide does leave significant gaps, and it may be at peak times where commuters and school students are competing for that service level to then be able to access things they need with a timeline. Whereas people that use the service during the day that might just be going to get their shopping or going for a coffee, they aren't necessarily on that same rigid timeline. And so people have different experiences, and that's something anecdotally we're getting a lot of feedback on. And so the other thing on top of that is the demand on resource of a service like this. And so not only is that from a driver point of view, it's very consuming, you're dealing with different people, different places all the time, but also from the ability to take the calls and book the riders. Not everybody, and this is something we worked out early on, not everybody has access to the technology that makes this the best service it can be. So, people that use the app to book the ride have a significantly better experience, and they are advantaged because they're able to keep an eye on it. If they can't book a ride now, they'll check back in a minute. But someone that can't has to call our call centre, and if there is no ride available, they then sort of have to think, well, do I call back in 5 minutes? They can't stay on the line, although some try to. And that is a significant impact on our ability to resource. So, I think the thing I would say as an overview is it is very vulnerable to human resources, whether it is from a driver point of view or from a contact centre point of view. And it's also very vulnerable to people being technologically disadvantaged, or technology inequity. And so, there are other examples in other parts of the country, particularly Tawa and Wellington. They've trialled something like this in a different way to help people connect to the trains, for example, from where they live. But they do not offer a call centre, and it is only for people that can use the app. However, as a result, they have really low patronage. And so, I think just to give a very quick high-level overview, yes, on paper it does look successful, but there are far many more factors that are involved that make it hard for the community to use public transport reliably.
Another way we might look at it in Napier is, rather than replacing all of the fixed route services, target my way as a sort of supplement in specific areas that aren't as well serviced or something like that. Might be a way to do it.
And yes, to address that, it's an option, but there are other factors within that, because if it's an area that's not as well serviced, does that mean that they are technologically capable and they have all of the technology they need to access it? Does it need to then be at a premium? And then on top of that, the budget constraints. So by us replacing the service, it allows us to free up some budget to put into My Way. So those are things we have to consider.
We do have additional funding above the existing service level. All right, okay. Thank you, Katie. Any other questions?
Yeah, just the one. Katie, is there any chance or option to maybe just extend that trial a little bit further out into the Flaxmere area to then, if your patronage is down, that's 70%, can you pick up?
So through you, Chair, to answer that question, patronage is down because we don't have the capacity to take more. So it's not down necessarily because people aren't using it. So we have found that since the beginning of the service, our patronage is as much as we can give and as much as we can offer. So as I present in the graph, the grey bars are a representation of rides that can't be offered. And so as long as we have grey bars, we actually can't include or expect any more rides to be offered. It would only be once we got to a point where there was no grey, we could look to expand. So we know now that Hastings, really 3 vans is not enough to be able to offer that greyless bar. And something I do discuss quite often, if it's appropriate for me to mention, that the further afield that the service goes, the longer the trip, which means that it's a longer wait time for the next person. And so, it is better to offer a service in a smaller area so you can aggregate the demand better. So if we did extend it, you just wouldn't be able to have the same service level.
That's okay.
So picking up on that, for example, Flaxmere, there might be a within Flaxmere service. So the queer that live at one end of the suburb can get to the medical centre, to the supermarket, and then get back home. Trying to avoid that, like you say, across town. If you need to go right across town, hop in one of the traditional bigger public buses. Is that how you would see it working better?
So through you, Chair, it's quite hard to speculate that without necessarily trialling it, but there are a lot of different approaches. That is just one model, and that's sort of a hub and spoke. And so you can use on demand as a way to navigate smaller areas for short trips, and then use a fixed route service as a main connector. So that is an option. But again, there's other issues with the technological inequity there, because, if you are making on demand as an only option for a community, if someone can't access the technology to access it, it does become a barrier to them being able to get to anywhere that they need to go.
Thanks, Katie.
I just want to reiterate that point about the technological inequity. So we have done a lot of interaction, or had a lot of interaction with Camberley community when we rolled this service out, and that was a real key concern for us in terms of the lack of technology in that community. Hawke's Bay Regional Council's customer experience team, so our contact centre, has been inundated with calls for public transport and booking services, and as Katie indicated, they want to ring and get the ride, and they're too scared to hang up because, if they ring back, have they missed it? And so in actual fact, it's put so much pressure on our customer experience team. We have staff resigning because they can't do it anymore. And so it is human resource heavy. So that is something that we're currently working through. It is significant.
Thank you. Thank you, Katie.
Just on that, please make sure you work with, if I use Camberley as an example, the Camberley team within.
We certainly are.
Great.
Right. Mr. Taylor, did you have something?
No, I'm scratching my head.
Okay. There's a lot to scratch your head around in this paper, and in fact, for public transport generally. So, thank you indeed, and again for all the work you and your team are doing around this important part of the overall transport picture. Do I move that we receive the report? Thank you. I'll move that. No, Councillor Van Bake's moved that. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kerr, thank you. All in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, so the next item. Who is going to speak to the active transport paper? Bryce, it looks like you might be in the hot seat again.
We might share this one as well then. Okay. Can I just say something before we? Can I just introduce, Chair, that that a lot of these papers, if not all of them, are done in partnership with all of the RCAs, with Hawke's Bay Regional Council as a strategic lead, which is the case with TAG. So in many of these cases, they are papers informed by all councils involved. It is not just Hawke's Bay Regional Council staff deciding what to put in it. So we are speaking on behalf, in many cases, of the collective.
So, thank you, everyone. We're here now to discuss the active transport update. So, following the full-day TAG meetings that we had late last year, we decided to restructure the TAG group to focus on specific work streams, and then, of course, subsequently, the reporting is aligned directly to that. So active transport is of course one of them. It is a focus area for the region and for the TAs. So just by way of brief overview of the report, it simply discusses the general approach of the work stream, gives a bit of a brief update of activities that are underway in each one of the TLAs, and Robin Malley from Napier is quite happy to provide an update for Napier when he returns. The paper then also outlines what the next steps of the work stream are. So perhaps Robin's here, so maybe Robin, if you'd like to come and just give a quick update of the Napier City Council active transport. Didn't mean to throw you under the bus.
Well, one of the things I noticed about Napier is I think there's a new cycleway proposal along at Carlisle Street that's been mentioned in the paper that came through that same Transport Choices Fund. Maybe that's something to...
That's yeah. So, thank you, Chair.
You want to come to the table, Robin?
Under the bike.
We're at active transport.
Under the bicycle.
And road safety as well.
Under the e-bike.
So yeah, just a very brief update. So apologies that I didn't get anything to the team in time. So like the other councils, we've been pretty successful. Really good award from the SURF Transport Choices package. At the moment we're looking at projects in Carlisle Street corridor, what we did call the Western Gateway at the last regional transport plan process, which is the basically the sea of tarmac from the Balmoral Centre through to the two countdowns and the Pack and Save.
Ah, right.
So the Kiwi Rail corridor and about 5 of our corridors and various other things that are pretty inhospitable at the moment, whether you're a pedestrian or a cyclist. So we've got proposals to navigate that space, and that'll make a really good connection through to Kennedy Road works that we've got going on. And also looking at some school route enhancements through to Murphy Road in Taradale, where we've got pretty high latent demand, pretty narrow corridor, but some options, but a pretty keen set of students and faculty who clearly want to see improvements through there. So there's good stuff there, and we're also very, very close to releasing our transportation strategy, which will, fortunately we had to do a rewrite, but that then gave us the opportunity to include climate change legislation, VKT reduction, and primarily geared towards active transport, road safety and climate impact reduction, so.
Right. Thank you, Robin. Okay, well, I'm happy to hand over to the committee for questions. I mean, I've asked some earlier questions about integration of active transport into our RLTP and things like that. Great to see that this is a standing agenda item for the tag as one of the work streams, and that it's got that across TA approach to it. Questions, please. Councillor Kerr.
I'm really interested in how the Hastings Active Transport Committee and what hopefully will be a new Napier Active Transport Committee has input into the decisions that we make around this table. Because the active transport committees include community experts rather than just engineering, governors. Oh yeah, how does that work through to us?
So I can speak to that. So through you, Chair, we have representatives in this work stream that aren't just the transport managers. So that is why we've restructured our tag structure. And so with reference to Hastings District Council, people like Ian Phillips are present in this group. And so my understanding that he also is on the Active Transport Committee for Hastings District Council. So the intention is much like our road safety structure for the work stream, that there are representatives from those local groups or from those district and city groups to come into that work stream. So we aren't doubling up on the work, but it's being fed by what is being done in the authority areas.
I've just been looking at this great document, and the one thing that struck me is if we want to be real about multimodal active transport is actually about what we have to do legislatively to one side. It's about network resilience, it's about managing our speed to make other choices safer, it's about road safety, emissions reduction, includes, as somebody said earlier, public transport in that realm as well. And I actually want to see the whole concept of active transport lifted so it becomes what we do. It's not just another work stream that sits alongside. I'm not sure how to do it, but for me it's somehow we need to, and Jeff might be able to help me with the aspirations, somehow we need to make it forefront of every single decision that we make in front of us. And I have an idea that if we created a small part of the group around this table as a regional subcommittee that focused solely on regional active transport, that we pulled through some community experts that sit outside, somebody like Ian, he's a staff member of the Hastings District Council, great guy, passionate about what he does, but there's others that I think if they could speak more directly to us more often, we would find it of benefit. So I just want to sort of throw that out there. I don't know if others have got thoughts on how we drive active transport to the front of all that we do.
Well, I'd like to give the staff the opportunity to answer that question. We did cover a lot of this ground last year, obviously, but there is a huge energy and enthusiasm to ensure that there is governance and community input into this work stream and that it permeates every other part of the system. So any responses from Katie or Katrina to that?
I'll have a go first, and Katie can finesse what I say. How about that?
Sounds like you, Katrina.
You know, so essentially we agree, absolutely we all agree that active transport needs to be key front and centre of a good integrated transport network, whatever that is. Having it as a tag, a specific tag group, for officer level at this point in time with experts on that tag, allows a group of people to solely focus on delivering an active transport strategy and identifying all the things like we heard this morning from the DHB about how it's not working. And then we can feed that up into the RLTP through our programs that we're putting into the RLTP and ensuring that every program that we are applying for funding from central government for is connected and delivering on our regional, on our active transport. There's too many strategies on our active transport strategy, and making sure that we take that into action. I heard this morning Councillor Van Beek frustration about the development of road network not having including consideration for active networks and making that part of the road design. The intent is the active transport strategy will inform the RLTP, and every program in there will need to have consideration for that. There is nothing stopping us from adding additional members onto the technical advisory group. Ultimately, it must always come back to this committee and this committee's desire to ensure that you are providing for active transport in your decision making.
Perfect. The only thing I would add to that, through you, Chair, is that everything we do must consider all modes and all outcomes that are, directed and guided by Waka Kotahi Ministry of Transport. So all the work we do, whether it's road safety, public transport, just the regional land transport planning segment, all of that is informed by all modes and all outcomes. But as Katrina said, we felt that it was important to have a separate work stream for active transport because we needed to develop a strategy. And so just as a bit of a highlight on that discussion, when we established that group, we talked about, well, is this a duplication of the committees that each council might have or does already have? What is the separate purpose of this group as a regional collective? And it is, we feel, to have a strategy that then can be used to inform the best practice. And so that's an answer to the first question. I mean, we will be considering, we do consider active transport as part of everything we do. And the second answer, the answer to the second question is very much outside of our scope from a governance point of view, but from a tag point of view, it is an officers group. It is broader than just the councils. And it is always open to change, but we feel that it is important that that group is the group of people that put that work in place, and they're well informed. But anything that happens at the RTC level, I mean, that's outside of our scope.
Can I just bounce off that and noting that the people who are the tag doing the work stream on active transport are also the people on the tag that are doing the other work streams as well.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're not talking to themselves. And I think those connections, that's the beauty of it, that it is that whole system. It's just in this particular meeting we're focused on this, but we're aware that safety's related to it, public transport's related to it, future road investments are related to it, etc., etc. No doubt Lawrence Yule's roundabout to the airport's got something to do with it as well. But the second point I would make is there's a reference in the paper to the tag having subject matter experts, which I assume is code for community in the same way as safety, people who really understand the stuff they get on their bikes every day and they have the experiences that were shared with Joanne in preparing the paper. We have in our terms of reference that there is this Regional Active Transport Committee that is being formed, and I had assumed that we would receive an advisory member from that committee, and I know that disappoints some people, but that was what we got to. Equally, it is my request, assumption, and understanding that that committee would have a right of audience and participate in the tag workstream discussions on this topic, so that there would be a feed up to us at governance level and hands-on involvement. So when you're talking about your work stream there, They are allowed in the room and they are a subject matter expert. Yes, thank you. Any other questions? It was me having a bit of a rave. Questions? Councillor Taylor?
Yep, through you, Mr Chair. Going down to the next steps, it mentions the TAG work stream will review the existing regional cycling plan as a foundational document for the strategy. I'm just keen on thinking in particular with the CHB hat on, how will this, if districts have particular plans or projects or programs that they're working on that they're waiting to get through the RLTP, if I got the right acronym, process, and thinking, I read that sentence particularly for the clip-on that we are missing between Waipawa and Waipukaro. I bring it up under active transport because we've got a beautiful cycleway, where people do not want to get on that bridge between. Long story short, how will this help progress those sort of projects, not just in CHB but across the region?
So through you, Chair, I think that, pointing to a gap analysis is probably the best way to address that. That's a significant part of that work. And so, we need to look at things like connectivity and the purpose of a road, and it's much the same as an highway. We have an highway where some of it's off-road and some of it's on-road, and how does that impact the use of it? So those are all things that we can analyse through the process. And, I think for the purpose of our RLTP, that we need to get best use out of what is there, and if there is a gap, then that is where those projects would come as a result. But that strategy wouldn't decide the projects. The strategy would inform and allow the councils to then decide what those projects were. So it's just really a prioritisation document for a regional level, but it's informed by, so it's bottom up and then goes from top down afterwards.
Through you, Mr Chair. So is that something that our representative on that TAG group, if the governance of a district felt that this was the project they needed to prioritise when they went into that TAG work stream, then that would flow through into the process and would then come forward as a priority perhaps for to go from being possible to likely in the RLTP.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Mbaye.
A couple of questions. So, to you, Katie, do you see Ian Phillips as a member of the community?
To clarify through you, Chair, do you mean while he's on the committee or as a...
You mentioned he's a member of Active Transport and Committee in Hastings, so therefore he's a member of the community representing Hastings at the Technical Advisory Active Workstream. That's what you said.
So he's an officer on the Technical Advisory Group. So in the Technical Advisory Group, in his capacity there, he's in his capacity as an officer. But we are all members of the community.
You call him a community member. That's what you told, what you said. I've got it written down here, so.
Sorry, through you, Chair, to clarify, I think I said he's an Active Transport Committee member from Hastings District Council.
Well, that's as an answer that he actually represented the community from as Hastings. It's just to clarify that in the work stream, the active transport work stream, whether you actually have community people representing. That is the key. And so for 2 goes now, we've tried to actually get a active transport subcommittee on as a member of the RTC here, and that did not happen. And the issue was because the thinking was that we actually have community members actually can have an influence over it, including elected members as well. Because you said, Katrina, that you could actually add members to the TAG workstream, but if they were an elected member, then they couldn't. So, for instance, the chair of the Active Transport Committee in Hastings could not actually sit at the Technical Advisory Group.
That's right. That's correct. The Technical Advisory Group is an officer level. It's not a governance level.
So where then will elected members have influence?
At this table.
Okay, I think what has been talked about already for several papers, is that we feel that actually is the level that we're not comfortable with, and that those who originally were part of the Hawke's Bay Regional Cycle Governance Group felt there was actually a body sitting in between.
Sorry, through you, Chair, I'm not sure who you're referring to as we.
I was part of the Hawke's Bay Regional Cycle Governance Group, which we then wanted to change into an active cycling governance group. So that's the group of people who've been trying to actually make these changes, and it hasn't worked. And it looks like that's still not happening now. And I'm just asking some questions just to see how elected members can actually have input into what actually happens in your active works group, rather than from this table, because this is, we've got a mayor here who's sort of twiddling his thumbs a little bit and feels that, he needs to go somewhere else. And we often get finalised papers, hopefully we're getting some more workshopping done, that we actually can in depth go into, and you can shake your head, Katrina, that's okay.
Sorry, I was just...
And so, unless you workshop, you can really get into detail of what the issues are and what we're trying to achieve. Coming to this particular committee here, once it's in a paper, it's actually very difficult, as we have seen this morning, to actually really discuss in depth, and only in workshop we can do that. So are you proposing that when changes are being made, that every time we actually go to a workshop, once the tag active transport substream comes up with papers to come to the RTC?
Well, there's about 9 different points that you've just made there, Councillor Van Beek. And in fairness to the staff, we need to understand what's a question and what's a discussion point. One thing I'm not prepared to do as chair today is relitigate the issue of the committee structure. That's not on the agenda today. That doesn't mean it's a finished discussion, but it's not on the agenda today. The point I made before was that there is supposed to be a regional active transport committee. An advisory member is going to be appointed to this committee, and the community representatives from that committee will be invited to be part of the TAG workstream meetings on this topic. And when I say community representatives, I mean, I'm not talking about councillors, I'm talking about people who we have had deputations from who are experts without necessarily being elected. You're both, you're an expert and you're elected and you're here. Now, so that's quite a big conversation that I don't want to rerun all of today. But I would say that our opportunity for influence is maximised, I agree, through the model we've talked about, workshops, so that this active transport strategy that's going to come out of TAG, I think we definitely need to workshop that. I would completely agree with that before we're making any decisions around regional land transport plan investments and things like that, that we get the same workshop opportunity on that. So I don't know if I've helped with any of what's troubling you, and I know it still does. Yeah, but I just want to be sort of fair to the staff in terms of what they can be asked to deal with today in the context of this paper.
Didn't ask them to do anything, I'm just asked them to answer some questions. But
Well, if you maybe want to break those down one by one, then have you got a specific question you want to ask? Is it where do councillors or where do governments have an opportunity?
It actually is in light of what Councillor Kerr just before brought to the table.
Yeah.
And I felt that wasn't answered correctly, but.
I've got just some questions. I'd be interested to know who is on the active transport tag. I don't need to have it now, but to have it emailed to us I think would be really helpful. I'm interested to know how this table is informed as they go along. Something like notes after a TAG meeting would be highly useful. I'm interested to know if there's a regional council policy that says you can't have governors on a TAG group. From a personal point of view, it's about the best people rather than the hats that they wear. So those are 3 questions from me. Actually, a 4th question is, reading our terms of reference, we've acknowledged that there's going to be a regional active transport committee or group, community group of some form, and they are allowed a person around this table. So my question for consideration, once again, doesn't have to be answered now, is the RTC or the regional council happy or able to support that group? Because they can meet in the local RSA, they can take their own minutes, but actually having some robust technical expert sitting with them, going, actually you can't do that because it's against the law. You can dream that we're going to do this, but to get it done, you need to go through this process. So I'm asking that question, if there could be some consideration for however this group, community group is created, an ability of this council to sit alongside them. I'm not asking for hours and hours of staff time because we're all really stretched. But also I don't want our time to be, and our staff time to be wasted because a community group's gone off on a tangent that's not real. Can I leave those to be?
Through you, Chair, I can answer your last question, and the offer has been made that we would initially provide support.
Yeah.
But it is limited, given that we have a small team, and, you know, we'll do our best to support that committee in its standing up.
Right. And simple things like, I understand there's a terms of reference, being able to have somebody technically review that terms of reference and go, yeah, that fits in, or actually remove this wording is better. Things like that would be great.
To your broader point, I think the issue is that there are lines between governance and staff. As a matter of basic code of conduct, we interact with staff through the CEO. Mm-hmm. Where I think you can get through the clunkiness that can sometimes result from that, and some of Councillor Van Beek's frustrations, is the workshop model, right? Yep. And we have had joint working groups around various issues, and you put this on the table last year. So all I can suggest in the present setup is that we, as soon as there is ink on the paper for this active transport strategy, we have a workshop on it. And that's probably the 5th workshop we're going to have. But all of these plans are in their infancy and they're on new things. We've got the climate change chapter. Mm-hmm. We've got the speed, the safety plan, speed management plan. And we've got this active transport strategy, all of which would really benefit from, I think, workshop discussions so that we can then mix in a safer way than in a meeting, free and frank and constructive, iterative conversations with staff and governors. Me a little.
So I think Katie nailed it before. This is the first meeting, and so we haven't been around the table. So let's just get on with it. Man, this is the longest meeting I've had in history. And at back home, let's have a workshop. We have a workshop. We have even half an hour to an hour before our meetings. Let's just never, and please don't blame the staff. These are our meetings. So let's get it right for ourselves by having a workshop and sort these out.
Well, if that's a shot at me, that's fine, me a little. We didn't have a meeting in November or December.
That's right. That's what I just said.
This is a double meeting.
Yeah.
And there is a lot of work streams that had to carry on. Mm-hmm. So I don't think there was avoiding the need for this to be a longer meeting.
But it would have been a lot shorter if the governance team had organised the workshop first and then the meeting.
Okay, so yeah.
Mr. Chair, I just wish to let people know, in my questions, there is absolutely no criticism of your staff and the effort that they go to. So there's no criticisms. I guess I'm just asking for more. and I appreciate the incredible pressure that everybody is under. So thank you for hearing my questions.
Can I, Mr Chair, make just a, I want to go off tack now and go completely different, but just want to refer back to Joanna Burrell's report this morning and her paper that she provided, and just for cross-referencing purposes for this part of the meeting, is that is actually becomes front and centre of anything that we look at in regards to ed. And maybe Joanna Burrell, as in her research she's done, may be, I guess, invited on to come along and actually, from a community point of view, but yeah.
I think she's currently based in Christchurch.
She's not a community expert on this issue for that work stream to engage with. I don't know who would be, and we've commended her to that work stream accordingly. All right, to Councillor Little's point, this has been a long meeting. I actually don't make any apologies for that at governance level, to be fair. There's some really important topics here that have not surfaced before. It is what it is, and we've learnt from the need to workshop some of them before, but they haven't been here before, some of these topics. All right, so
Can I add to that? You started off in the opening this morning, a long time ago, that there's actually a setting of the next triennium, you know, as members as well, and also some of the understanding on how we are to operate in the next 3 years is actually set in this meeting. So it was only to be expected that this actually was going to take some time.
Just while we're on the meeting, Martin, how come we've got so many absentees around the table?
I can't speak to that.
Yeah, we've really got to follow that up too.
Well, I've thought of a suggestion here, and I noticed Mr. Wellwood has graced us with his presence again and generously with his time. I'm actually going to suggest that we put rail for a deputation, because we met with the CEO of Kiwi Rail and you know, at governance level as well, and there were quite a few I guess points that fell out of that about the need for RRLTP to link with their first rail network investment plan, because it's all going to the same funding pool now under the Land Transport Management Act. They were supposed to be coming back to us on the Gisborne rail link that we supported a feasibility study on, and nothing's happened with that, and we haven't had a rail rep around this table for 3 years. So I think one way to ensure that we do is to actually put them in the hot seat and make it an agenda item. So
I like your thinking.
I might suggest that that's something that happens for the next meeting.
Great idea.
Yeah, Martin, I support that, because the meeting that we did have with them,
Yeah.
that the board, the CE, were like, their expectation is there's bums on seats.
Yeah, and equally that they really wanted to be closely involved in our RLTP development, but they haven't been here, so I'd like them to walk that talk. Okay, I really think we better receive this paper and move on to finish this meeting, okay?
May I just make one comment regarding the report? I think we need to be careful including the Hawke's Bay Trails, the Ngāruroa Explorer in these papers. I see these, and I could be completely wrong, as tourist trails rather than active transport commuter trails. Some of them may be used for commuting, but I think we need to keep our focus on our transport network. So,
Point noted. Okay, can we move that the paper be received, please? So we've got Mayor Little and Councillor Price in favour.
aye.
Thank you, Cody and Bryce.
You're all wide awake now, Linda.
Linda, you've got 2 hours starting now.
I see how quickly we could weave through it, to be honest. There's a good word.
20 minutes would be ideal.
How many?
20 minutes.
20, including questions?
Yeah.
Done.
No questions allowed.
No pressure.
Just don't ask too many questions, eh?
I mean, we have had a chance to see the slides, so maybe you want to...
I'll do 30 seconds, if that, a go. See if I can make it work. Okay. So it does feel like a while since we've all been round the table, and the good debate and discussion is great. I just can't make this work. Oh, there we go. You will all be aware of the flow, so a few national slides, then we'll get into items of regional significance. First up, just a very brief update, national ticketing solution. We had an update not so long ago on this. We've got a contract in place, and the rollout is commencing with Environment Canterbury down in the South Island in 2024. All other regions will be planned to be implemented by 2026. So that includes the regional consortium of which Hawke's Bay is a part of. They'll not all go in at once. It will be a staged process, and our teams will be working closely together on that. Not much joy with the technology. Here we go. Very briefly on safe system audit guidelines, just really to say thank you. We spoke about this at a previous RTC meeting. But a number of your officers have been through the audit training, and we can already begin to see the positive results and impact coming through on the designs and the work that your teams are doing. If there is any feedback or any officers that want to participate and haven't so far or haven't had the chance, please do let us know. There is financial support available to local government staff for that. Just touching back, we spoke about motorcyclists earlier. A really, really great one for your community to get involved in. This is led by ACC. Waka Kotahi is a supporting partner of that. This really works hand in hand overall with Road to Zero. Motorcyclists are really overrepresented in deaths and serious injuries. We all collectively want to achieve that. And these get-togethers, or bike fests, if you're in the know, are one way in which we can get the advocates, the influencers, as well as the subject matter experts, the technical gurus, all into the one place.
For you, Mr. Chair, may I ask a question on the slide in particular? So just a quick question around how this information is getting out to the community. Is ACC really onto it with all the different clubs?
I believe so. And we are contacting directly as well through the individual groups too, but ACC are the lead. Would really encourage participation. If you want any info to send out to your networks, please do let us know. It's the first one since COVID and all things that have disrupted us, and it is free. So they don't need to pay to participate. And given how many motorcyclists come into your region to use your roads and see the scenery and participate in what they love, it's probably a really critical one for them. Regional flavour. Driver licence improvement programme. We spoke about the money through the budget that was going forward to this and how Hawke's Bay as a region could take advantage of that. We have made quite a bit of progress in a short space of time. We have had 2 new practical testing routes set up now in Waipukurau and Wairoa. Thank you very much for your support on those. That was just late in 2022, and that's one of the first steps towards us improving access and equity of access for our rural communities to driver licensing. We know it's the gateway and the key to all of life's opportunities, but for a long time the current system has perhaps prevented people from entering in ways that were quite unintended. We are as well running other trials that are related to your region, one up in Tairāwhiti with a community-led approach to driver licence training and testing. That's through Tairāwhiti REAP. And they're also just going to begin to pick up some of that work down in Wairoa as well to support both training and testing. We have trials in other parts of the country. All of them will be coming to, if you like, an end March, April, May of this year. We'll be running engagement workshops for feedback with those that have been involved in them and accessed them. From there, we'll be taking a paper towards Cabinet to outline our recommendations for continuation and changes to the existing system. Just a little update, because we didn't get to see each other at the end of last year, just on where we're tracking in our investment in your region for the 21-22 financial year against the forecast investment for this NLTP. There's been some really great successes collectively in the region. A few that really stand out is the long-awaited Waipukurota-Waipawa cycle path, the Ropanga Bluff project, also My Way, which we've discussed today, the Kennedy Road to Taradale cycle path, and also as well, we've actually done a huge amount of maintenance, and I know that you all feel that your region needs more, but a huge amount, over 120 kilometres of state highway maintenance in that financial year. So there is quite a bit of progress being made, some visible, some to your community might not be, but it's tracking well. Your significant RLTP projects, we'll cover the State Highway 5 one in just a little bit more detail in a moment. The Marae-Kakaho York Road roundabout, final design's complete, I believe, with Hastings District Council. Hastings, again, making good progress on their bridge strengthening programme of work as well. And we're getting underway at the moment in 2 phases on the State Highway 51 Napier to Hastings. It's not quite that length of corridor. Safety improvement project. So that's getting underway at the moment. Phase 1 is a whole range of flexible median barriers. There'll also be a temporary roundabout at the Awatoto intersection. We've got road widening happening, as well as some changes to some of the intersections to improve safety. Before late in 23, we'll begin the permanent construction of that roundabout and side barriers as well. And then State Highway 38, Wairoa, and affectionately called the Tall Oil Pitch Trial. That has now progressed and got underway since the funding was approved. We've been working with Ngātūhoi closely, as well as Whakatane District Council, Wairoa District Council, and recently met with Tato Wairoa. We've got 3 sites that have been selected for that trial. It's just proving, because of all things weather, quite difficult in terms of getting that underway in this construction season. So it's looking likely that the trial sites will either happen late into March or at the next construction season, weather dependent. And the Napier to Wairoa Road realignment, that's underway now, finally. The point of entry has commenced. Renewals programme, huge renewals programme. Really good progress on the rehab site, so we're on track across the network and are confident in our delivery for the rehab sites, and that's where you get the full rework of the road as opposed to just the reseal. Also as well, drainage being super important right now, that is also on track. But I would say with the extremely wet weather that we've been having, our maintenance crews have been spending a lot of time on response to emergency works. To put that in context, on the 12th of January, Higgins had 5 crews in one small stretch of State Highway 2 and 3 crews on one small stretch of State Highway 5 during the event to just try and keep the road open and safe. You will all be in the same boat, I'm sure, with your response, but that is likely to have an impact on our maintenance programme in the region, undoubtedly. Speed and infrastructure update. We'll cover, I've got a slide in a moment, just a bit more detail on the interim one and the full one. We just touched briefly on the State Highway 51 improvements as well. And we'll cover State Highway 5 in a moment, just read the short-term safety improvements that have been identified.
Is it okay if I stop you at this point for a question?
Yes. Can I go back?
Yes.
I can.
The speed I guess, the corridors that are listed on that table, it says these corridors will be assessed to see if they will progress in 2024. Can you just tell us what that word assessed embraces them by who?
Yeah, we've just actually started that as part of developing the state highway speed management plan and having a look at what gets included in them. So that's what we're doing, is having a look at each of those stretches of your state highway. And from a much more pragmatic point of view, do we leave them as they are in terms of priorities? Do we look at sections of them, given community feedback that some work well and others there are concerns? So we're starting that internal debate and discussion, and then we've agreed that for those that we think there is merit in having a further discussion, we start that with you as the local kind of community leads, essentially. So yeah, just to allay any fear.
Just make sure that we're on the ground floor, please. On
Right. So the interim one, we had 45 public submissions from Hawke's Bay on the interim state highway speed management plan. About 64% of them supported everything that was in there. 9% was quite unclear whether it was support or not. 27 opposed what was in it. But broadly, I think we could say there was a general support for the schools and Marae. Some people have had questions around what isn't in there that they would like to see, as opposed to just what's in there. Thank you very much to all councils for their submissions as well. Timeline for the interim. It will be going up to the Director of Land Transport by the end of March, and it should be rubber stamped, verified, ideally by the end of May. That will actually tell us what's included in it and the timeline for implementation of that. So I can't give you clarity on that right now. State Highway 5, after a little bit of slowly getting started, we're now getting well underway. The safety improvement projects, those shorter term ones that we were looking to see if we can implement in this NLTP, they have been identified and they are waiting for integration once that programme business case has been developed. We have had 2 investment logic mapping workshops. They were held late last year with stakeholders, subject matter experts, members of the community. From there, that then gives us the essentially setting out the kind of objectives and the outcomes that we're seeking to achieve for the long term for this corridor. At the moment, we're just looking to begin the development of the community engagement strategy. And alongside that, we've set up this reference group and this steering group, which many of you are involved in. So all of these kind of streams of work will now come under both of those groups for an oversight from both a technical perspective as well as a regional governance perspective.
And Linda, just to stop you, there's a 17 million in a previous slide for SIPs.
Yes.
Is that sort of ahead of the full business case for the longer investment?
So
that's what you're talking about,
yeah.
that's already kind of into the design phase now.
Yeah, that's the SIP that was allocated. So we've got some from the central Waikato end of State Highway 5 and some from our end. Yes. I think there's 5 sites up at the Waikato end and 12 at the Hawke's Bay end that have been identified. But we just need to make sure that they're in line with the long term.
Joined up.
And then lastly, just a bit of a map out
and
as to
the evaluation of the 80 kilometre speed limit, what's happening there?
So that is underway. The review's being completed externally by Ernst & Young rather than Wakakotahi. We will supply all of the crash data, but they'll supply all of the economic analysis data. The high-level scope for the review is essentially to have a look at all of the relevant costs and benefits impact socially, economically, environmentally, as well as safety, both quantitative and qualitative, wherever possible. And they will provide us with a written evaluation report, which will come through that reference group and steering group for State Highway 5.
I'm just interested in where they get their data from. So Waka Kotahi can provide them with the very scientific crash data. But some of that community view and the impacts on the community, how are they getting that data?
Sarah?
I wouldn't be able to answer that without actually directly
Speaking to. I know that they've done a lot of cost benefit analysis and economic analysis for both Waka Kotahi, but other RCAs across the country. Their actual sources, I'm not sure where they will be from. One of the things that we have been quite clear on is that the results must be based on robust best practice analysis so that you all have confidence in what comes out of it. So that has been number one within the scope of the evaluation. And that will be, essentially the spreadsheet will be made available for interrogation.
Yeah,
I'm not sure on the source.
I'd just be really interested because as a person that will have to front some communities on State Highway 5, I know somebody's going to say, well, you didn't speak to me about that. And to have an answer is going to be really important when we get to that time, Sarah.
Through the chair, I fully appreciate that, and I think when we have the first steering group meeting and then the reference group, we will make sure that we've got a response to that from EY.
And the long and the short of the last slide and on the map, we are aiming to have the draft PBC completed by the end of May. And then hopefully we'll all get signed off and approved and we'll be ready to go by end of July.
When you say ready to go, you've got it's completed, the business case is completed.
Yes. So we can decide from there, you have where you're going, strategic direction, which projects you want, how you prioritise them, what goes into your RLTP.
Thank you.
Done. And happy to take more questions and anything in the detailed pack.
I'll chuck one at you straight away. In the investment in 2021 to 22, there's a total of 130 million. The forecasted investment's 410 million. I think there's probably a lot of us actually says that that's not enough money. Now, 410 million over 3 years is actually less than what was spent in 2021 and 2022, because if you factor in inflation, just to be on an even keel, you need to spend 418 million. So, looking at those numbers, we're actually having less spent in that 3 year period on our roads, which is probably not enough.
The question is?
That the money that is being forecast to spend, I don't believe it is enough to maintain our roads or improve them.
I'm not 100% clear on the question, but I think the
background numbers is if you factor in inflation into the numbers, that the money forecasted, that 410 million forecasted, is actually less than, if you go 130 times 3, that's 390 million, factor in your inflation every year, comes out to 418 million. So we're probably not getting enough money, is probably my question.
Still feels like a statement, but I think it doesn't happen in the same amounts every year is one thing, because certainly in year one, a lot of it is done in planning and design, so it wouldn't be fair to just say it's not equal over the 3 years. For when it was originally allocated at the beginning of the NLTP, I don't think anybody in this room would have been able to forecast the level of inflation that we are seeing for all of our budgets. Similarly, at the time where the NLTP was decided, you'll remember that we did have to seek a $2 billion loan in order to meet bare minimum expectations. So in short, I think we would all concur that overall New Zealand's infrastructure is requiring a level of investment that we're struggling to meet the demands versus everyone's aspirations.
Well, honestly, I think we're going to have to just let you finish.
I'm done.
Are you done, are you?
Yeah. Any more questions?
Right, okay. Councillor Taylor.
You've mentioned in the detailed pack that followed the presentation you've just made, you talked about the emergency works sites on highways.
Yes.
I just wondered for me, the elephant in the room in your lacking from the presentation is the emergency works that the district councils are facing at the moment. And I just wonder if there's any way that we can just get a brief update on what's happening with that. And I'm aware that you may have given that directly to the district councils, including us, but I'd like some summary now and basically a way to follow that through in this format in the future.
Sure. The reason that it doesn't go into it in depth is that the emergency works isn't part of your RLTP. It's a response and recovery.
Yeah, I just meant that was in there because it's your emergency works, but what about ours that we're asking you to help with?
Yes. Yeah. And what would you like to know?
Just how the other districts, like I don't know what Hastings is facing or what Wairoa is facing or what the latest. Yeah, no.
So that would usually be covered in the individual TA reports, which I don't think we have written this time. I think they're just verbal updates. So usually that would be for the individual councils to show pictures or provide commentary on the state of their network and their challenges on funding. I could talk about it from a broader regional perspective.
Happy with the broader regional perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen more weather events in 2 years than more than double than we've seen over, the prior 7 years, I think, as a country. In our region alone, we've had 3 state of emergencies declared in a 12-month period. Was a little bit distracted earlier because we're, as an organisation, like many of you, preparing for what's coming over the weekend and early next week. The pressure that is on our communities, I would say, to be able to respond and recover is extraordinary. The pressure on funding is even higher because of the increased frequency. Our primary objective in all of this, whether it's a local road or state highway, is to ensure that the roads can reopen as safely and as quickly as possible and to ensure that we have funding to do that. At the moment, we do. And we use that from within existing allocations on the NLTF through our maintenance category. If that's not enough, we can look at, is there forecasted shortfall in spends in other activity classes that we can leverage, right through to Crown financing or debt for it. So we have a number of different avenues that we can look at to help ensure that we have the funds for emergency response and recovery. One of the things that we are finding is that the money is one thing in terms of constraint, but the scale of what is happening across the whole country is putting pressure on resourcing in terms of labour and also in terms of supplies. So we have a kind of compounding effect here, and that was why I referenced how it will impact like maintenance programmes. I think probably more critically for us all, which is why I was interested in prioritisation and what as a region that we do around resilience planning, is the long-term solutions to this and how we can, and I know that the communities are seeking that confidence as well. Response and recovery is one thing, but how as a country do we better position ourselves to adapt in a more prepared and future-proof way? I can just say in Tairafiti, for example, a lot of the work that we've been doing over the past few years in resilience is beginning to pay dividends. So the event that we saw late last year was estimated to have an impact of around 26 million to the state highway. We had a huge impact just in the beginning of this year, but the dollar value we're estimating is more 2 to 3 million because we've made a lot of improvements to drainage, to their culverts, to water flow, to the alignments of the road. And it takes time to show that, but it's that kind of planning that collectively we need to do as a region. But yeah, in terms of individuals and how you're all coping, I'd leave it to the councils to elaborate.
Yeah, through you, I apologise. I sort of thought you would be able to go, well, Hawke's Bay's, looking at $200 million worth of damage compared to Tairafiti's, and this is I kind of expected a wee bit more of a...
we could prepare something but yeah, we have, like for Tairafiti's got 4 different claims in progress.
This is an opportunity for feedback to Linda as well as, asking questions from what she presents me a little. Is there anything you want to share in this context?
No, I will be asking questions, don't worry about that, but yeah, I just getting time between all the other questions getting asked.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to give you the rako.
Cool, thank you very much.
Go for it.
So Linda, obviously we applied for 27 million, we got, I think we got 25 point, so yeah, obviously we wanted a lot, but we just have to understand that there's a lot of other shit happening around the country as well. So. Just on the State High 38, I'm really disappointed that Tūhoe have dictated the whole process. Whakatane and Waira don't agree with the tall oil pitch, and I think we need to make sure we never get to a situation where an iwi can dictate what gets done to a road that's outside their mandated area. And I just don't know how they got $8 million. We've already had 2 trials. It doesn't work. It won't work. It just really, people are suffering up out that road. Went up there yesterday. We've had 5 trucks go off because it's just too rough in these weather conditions. Have been tar seal. It wouldn't be that way. Yeah, I don't know how we've got to this situation. We had 26 million with PGF. Once again, Tūhoe stopped that. Or Tiuru Taumātua. So we can't go down. It's not their road. It goes through. No one consulted with me or any of the community about it, but they had the final say. So it's just really disappointing. And I would still like to, and I'd probably ask you to go back to the powers to be and say, hey, give them $1 million, put the other 7 into emergency works, and get in that road tar seal. It's $8 million is a ridiculous price. So yeah, that's it.
Appreciate your comments.
Yeah.
They're duly noted.
Councillor Kerr.
I actually want to throw out a bouquet, please. Can you please pass on to all of the maintenance operators that have been out in the most atrocious weather, 24 hours, just keeping our roads open? Passed it on through our council, and important that we do it back through our state highway network as well. It was been a phenomenal response from everyone. So please pass that on.
I will let Jack know to let everybody know straight away.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Martin, making up for lost time, mate.
Get into it. I think it's the least we owe to you there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Am I allowed to speed on the way home to get home on time?
I can't believe you asked me that.
Matt's not here.
Yeah, Matt's not here.
So what I should have said while I was not happy with you, but I do appreciate all the work that's happening on State Highway 2 between Waira and Lake.
Thank you.
Whilst it's frustrating and you don't need to reduce the speed limit, because I reckon my average speed limit coming down here is about 60k now with all the roadworks, but it's great to see. And once it gets all done in the passing lanes, it'll be fantastic.
Pass that on as well. It'll make the team's day because it's not been without its challenges.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I'll move the report be received. Seconded by Mayor Little. All in favour?
Aye.
Thank you very much, Linda.
Thank you.
For your time spent and shared with us. There's now an opportunity to, I guess, finish the meeting with verbal updates from our advisory members. Start with you, Paul.
Me and only me. Just the one actually I've got is that
He apologised.
I will be asking, at our next district council meeting for the AA, that they start contacting what we see as our stakeholders, just to try and extend our fingers and get a bit more feedback from the different councils. It includes the councils, the police, the port, the railway. So one of my councillors may be in touch with you guys just to have a bit of a check-in and probably try and organise a regular check-up. So that's probably all I've got at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With this, we don't have Nick here, we don't have anyone from Kenny-Rail here. We're going to sort that because that's going to be on the agenda, lead deputation. we'll make sure that they are presenting. I just wanted to close with a thought about ram raids.
There's a thing to think about.
Yeah, here's a thought for you. There was a conversation about how we deal with ram raids on Emerson Street in Napier. I've got a suggestion.
I've got an idea.
Close it to traffic. Make it an experiment, a trial for a retail precinct that is accessed by pedestrians only. You won't then have cars along that street. The research that is revealed, including through Joanne's paper, shows you that the retail spend where people are doing this in Shortland Street or in Auckland or overseas goes up between 50 and 100%. You'd obviously need to get people through our combination of public transport and active transport networks to the vicinity of Emerson Street. But there's only about 10 car parks on Emerson Street anyway. So, yeah, it's a thought. That could be a big bang solution to ram raids piloted right here in a town near you. Just leave you with that thought. I'm sure Councillor Price will have.
Can I just say,
something
hasn't Stuart Nash come up with the solution? Take the cigarettes out of the shops and then they won't ram raid them.
Well, there's a lot of shops that aren't selling cigarettes that are getting ram raided.
Yeah.
Jewellers, the swords shop. Anyway, that's, I guess, I wasn't meaning to be facetious. I actually think there's something in the point. But we do need to close the meeting, and we do have a closing karakia, which I will, in the absence of any other volunteers, take you all through. It's the standard kia tau karakia, which anyone's welcome to join me in. Kia tau, kia tātou katoa, te atawhai o tō tātou are ki a ihu karaiti me te ahora o te atua me te whiwhina tahitanga ki te wārua tāpu aki. Thank you everyone for your